front of you, and the rest are supportive documents, so we can start, and Grace will bring them in as they get run off. So what I did on this time around, I sent a PDF of the charter, so everyone has the same colors and all of that, so it should be easier. So let me talk a little bit about what we're going to try and do today. You know, when I revised it based on the discussions last week, as well as some help from Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Stebbins, and thank you very much for that. I realize that we're really close. Like there are a couple of big things to still talk about, but most of the document is done. Although I know that we're going to go through it and also say, is there anything we should cut and just go for an SOP? So we'll be looking at that. But what happens at this point in a mediation process is I'm going to ask you at the end of each section, is there any dissent from reaching a tentative agreement on that section? And a tentative agreement means it's basically done, but if something's connected to another section, then we'll open it up. So I'm going to try and get a set of what are the tentative agreements. And then at the next meeting, we'll look at what still needs to be addressed. Okay, so our goal is at the end of the meeting to basically see what's left and to have a sense of how far we've gotten. All right. Any questions about that?
I'm good.
Okay, so I want to start because we had a creative new title to add to our document. So how is everyone feeling about, it would be called the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission Charter, a document to promote a positive workplace and good governance. And that was proposed by Commissioner Roy.
Brown noser. Yes, I think that's.
Everyone like that?
Who's good at this sentence?
I like it, but.
Can we throw apple
Yeah.
pie in there too? And then we're just like,
We're just going to do it in a minute.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's.
so it says a document to promote a positive workplace and good governance. I love it. Nice job. I'm wondering if we take off the positive and say a document to promote good governance, like good governance, period. And I feel like this is just me reading it and maybe it's all the stuff that we've gone through, but with saying positive, does that assume that it's negative?
Pretty much.
But that's what, exactly, I think that's.
We're getting the extra positive.
I think we don't mention, that's what I would not want, I guess, you know, so that's why I would say a document to promote good governance. Because we're insinuating with the positive that it's negative, which is what you just affirmed, so that's how I read it, right?
Making it more positive.
Yeah, without saying positive, that,
I kind of like the positive, but I'll just let
it doesn't assume negative.
Another word I thought, but maybe has the same problem as you're saying, is a respectful workplace. But
I
then,
think good governance is like really what we're trying to get at, is good governance between respectful, positive, productive, you know, it means, to me, that means everything that we're talking about.
any response to deleting a positive workplace?
But
I mean, why are we here? Because it wasn't positive in the first place. Like there were rubs and tensions, and so that we didn't start really from.
I mean, this started even before us, right? Even like this is way before us. This is like first commissioners wanted this document because it wasn't a charter for the commission. I'm trying not to bring it in I'm trying not to bring too much of the negative that we know we're sitting in right now. So thinking more of like.
I believe that, I think we need to talk about positive workplace, but I'm not sure that positive workplace is what we're going to develop with this document.
All right.
And that we have to, I think at the end of sort of wordsmithing this, we need to actually have a conversation about positive workplace. We don't need to do it right now, but I think that positive workplace is dealt with a different way than the governance. I think that's what we want to achieve. And I think that that's what we're hoping for, but I'm not sure this document.
Well, this is a
Is-
good governance.
I don't think this document is capable of creating a positive workplace.
So you would agree with?
No, I think you're-
deleting
Yeah.
All right.
You're
Wipe
okay
it out.
with that? Okay. So document to promote good governance.
Usually scary to walk in.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was just to kind of address an elephant of the context here, like. I agree with removing it, just there's something like unsettling about erasing positive workplace. Like I'm coming to terms with that.
I know, like, that's in theory what we all want.
Agree. Yeah,
And
but I agree with the chair's sentiment that I don't know if the
This-
governance.
This vehicle will do it, but that's what we all want at the end of the day.
But we're making a cognitive decision, so. Like, it's just,
The
it's
state,
unsettling.
I think there's another,
it's unsettling.
I think there's another place we can incorporate it when we get down maybe into some of the HR stuff.
And talk
But,
about positive
You know,
workplace.
the original intention for us to come together was this dividing line. What's dividing line between responsibilities in the ED's function?
Right.
Okay. So with some noticeable pain, we'll delete a positive
I
word.
just need to like call that out.
No, but good job.
I think I'm gonna throw it in. Because I did like it. And I feel like that component, something about positivity, sort of,
For buy-in,
yes.
that's why I did it, for buy-in.
I wonder if there's another way of
Yeah.
framing it. Or we can just say good governance, but I feel like maybe that's not saying enough.
How about if we table that and then see if we get it in other places
At the
in the
end?
document
Yeah,
and then
that'll
come
be-
back to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't start.
I understand the intention behind it. I thought it was a good thought.
Oh, she did, okay.
All right, let's look at purpose. Take a minute to read that and then are there any questions or comments or concerns about purpose?
No, so it's in the purpose.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
They tried it in the purpose.
All right, so do you want to, so do we decide to table positive, but maybe we could say positive, productive and positive?
Positive and productive work environment.
Yeah.
I like that.
I got the positive in there.
I want to negotiate there, yeah.
Already.
But not put up
So
any-
do I guess this is a package. We're-
Are you comfortable with that if we put that here, that that's the
Yeah,
purpose?
makes sense.
Because
Yeah.
Okay, so we're taking it out of the
Take it out of the
title
Okay.
and we're gonna say to foster a positive and productive work environment, et cetera.
Yeah. Put that in there.
Any other thoughts on the purpose? Okay, is there any dissent from reaching a tentative agreement on the purpose section? Okay,
Can I just throw a word out there?
yeah,
Cooperation. Like, we have to cooperate with each other for this agency to work.
mhm,
And I don't know if it needs to be in there or just mutual respect is enough or mutual respect and cooperation. 'Cause you can respect someone and not cooperate with them.
also be to foster a positive, productive and cooperative work environment.
And one thing I want to state here, Saviel, you give me the high sign when you need to take a break, because sometimes we don't pay attention to you. So I want to be collegial, cooperative, and productive, so,
You want to be positive.
but also healthy. Yeah.
It's a great start in implementation. I'm really impressed.
Bruce and I had a 2-hour social consumption meeting yesterday, and we realized we didn't have a bio break.
Wow. Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, Bruce, I have to run to the bathroom after 2 hours.
So, all right.
Tell us one
Any,
other-
anything else on purpose?
One other edit, just because, we have it under background, but the top should be where we say the Cannabis Control Commission and commission in parentheses, and then when we go into background, it's just commission.
Oh, I see.
Oh, you mean up there?
Yeah, put that up there. Okay,
Do we,
What did
do
you
we
catch?
need to,
that we're using commission and we haven't defined it yet, so we have to, for the first time in purpose, say Cannabis Control Commission. And then here we can just use commission.
Nice catch.
For commissioners and executive director, are we speaking directly about our responsibilities, our authorities? The language is to provide further guidance concerning the commission's duties. Commission, big C, commissioners and the executive director. Okay, never mind. All right, reading it through. I'm fine.
Okay. Anything else on purpose? All right, with those changes, so it would read to foster a positive, productive, and cooperative work environment. And commission will be just defined as Cannabis Control Commission, parentheses, commission. Any dissent from reaching a tentative agreement on that section?
None?
Hearing none, I write TA on my copy. All right, let's look at background. The one visibly outstanding issue is the question about the statement, the commission is considered to be an independent agency within state government. That came up at the last meeting. Questions, concerns?
The only issue I have, and this is part of the cooperative stuff, and I think I've said to you that this document is not going to create a respectful working relationship. It's setting out bumpers, and this is the thing that I hear constantly, which is we're independent, we're not accountable to anybody outside ourselves. And that doesn't sit well with me as a former legislator, as someone who, and so the reason I don't like this statement is that I don't like it reinforcing what I see is an insulation from the taxpayers, an insulation from the appointing authorities, because while we are legally and technically independent, we still have to go to the legislature to get our budget. And again, it's just the messaging that I don't like, but I'm not gonna like say I'm fighting over this language, but I'm telling you what, that doesn't sit well with me. I don't know where it came from, but I'm not
But
as
it is your
comfortable.
preference and it's.
Well,
to delete that.
quasi, like Massport's a quasi.
We can leave it in there, but I'm just telling you why I don't like it,
How you're perceiving it,
how I perceive it, because I
What you
perceive
said
the
before.
feedback that I've gotten, which is we are independent. I don't report to the treasurer. I don't respect the treasurer. I don't, you know what I mean? That's what I have heard from staff. And if it's, I don't care who the appointing authority is, that doesn't sit well with me. And so we are accountable. I think we're accountable to our appointing authority. So this is just the undercurrent that I've heard that I think makes it hard for us to cooperatively and productively work together. So
Let's
again,
hear-
I'm not gonna push back. If people like it,
But
I'm
let's
not
hear
gonna
what
fight
other
on
people,
this.
how other people respond to that concern that you're.
I've heard it referenced as a quasi-independent agency.
Mhm. But I'm not talking the technical language of it.
Okay.
I'm talking the sort of internalized interaction. That if people think that they're so independent that they're not accountable, we are accountable to the taxpayers. We're accountable to the businesses that we, when
Let me
I,
add something in there, 'cause I know what you're saying. What you're saying is, I'm hearing you say, as a messaging, if we read this here, we understand that we are an independent agency. However, we do have appointing authorities,
Mhm.
and we are responsible
We have
to
accountability.
to the residents of Massachusetts, taxpayers, voters, all that stuff. You're talking culturally and
I'm
internally.
talking culturally.
I know what you're saying. So if other people read this, it empowers them to say, oh, they're an independent agency, they can do whatever they want, or we very independent. Maybe it's adding something in here, like the commission is considered to be an independent agency with state government, something under, something about our appointing authorities, like,
Mhm.
we're still, each of us are still accountable to our appointing authorities.
Mhm.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Whether we're an independent agency or not.
I mean,
But the staff isn't accountable.
no, but when I have heard from
I know
people
what you're
giving me
saying.
feedback, I don't work for you, not talking to me, but to talking to people on the outside. That's what I think is part of the culture
Yeah.
that we have to, and it's not in this
Yeah, but
document.
this document's for kind of us.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
I think that-
Sean, statutorily, you have to report to the legislature every year. right? State of the commission almost, you have to give.
So the agency does. So
That's
like
what I'm
that's the
saying.
annual report. that you have to
So we do report. We're not governed by anyone, but we do report things that are mandated, like we're not,
We issue a report,
we issue, a
but
report.
it's not like a.
We're not reporting to them, we issue a report.
Yeah, and so I'm hearing the chair's feedback, like
It's
I hear
discomfort.
that.
It's really discomfort because
Yeah,
you
I
and
hear
I have
it too.
talked about this.
But I
You know why.
agree, I know, I hear you too, that the legally speaking, the commission is
Mhm.
independent
Yep.
within state government.
So does it
As a
need to be
unit.
stated?
Well, I think we should talk about the purpose of that language and how we got there in the first place. And I'm jogging my own memory. I think it was because there is no, the treasurer by herself is not our authority. She doesn't have authority over the commission. The AG, the governor.
Right.
We are independent in that sense. And it's so, I thought the reason why we had this here is so that it's recognized that
We are independent.
we are. So they are not the controlling agency over it.
All I'm saying is that I don't disagree with this is a stated fact.
Yeah.
Legal fact.
Right.
But where did this come from?
This was feedback. It came from the feedback with the direct reports. And so that's when it got added based on that conversation.
I feel like we talked about it last week. This came up last
Yeah.
week.
So it came up at the first meeting with the direct reports, and then we put the language in, and so that's why it's the first, last week was the first time you were seeing the language.
But we are an independent agency.
Again, I'm not gonna fight against
Yeah.
this. I'm just telling you my discomfort and I'm telling you that.
But maybe adding, but think about, maybe we would come back to it, but maybe thinking to add something that's like, we are independent, but accountable to our appointing commissioners. This is a commissioner document. Commissioners are accountable to their appointing authorities.
But
think we
that
shouldn't say
comes up, that comes
Because
up
it's not just a
later.
commissioner document either.
Yeah.
You know?
it's the
Oh, you're right,
agency.
you're right, you're right.
Let me just flip the question. Does anyone have a problem with deleting that sentence?
Do you have any, sorry.
Go ahead. I have no problem with deleting it. I think what follows talks about our roles, our responsibilities set out in the governing laws. I don't have those in front of me, but I could probably think that they say something about
Yeah.
independence.
Do we have any additional context on why this was included? No.
I think it was raised by.
The sentence behind it makes good sense though.
And
You know
the
what?
second sentence was there.
The second sentence, you know what? The second sentence, leaving that there, I'm not gonna argue. I just want to raise it. I think we can leave it. I think it states it, but
I don't know the purpose of leaving it. That's why I'm asking. Like, is there a real purpose for having that there?
there are some, you just said something, and then in looking at this, it made me sort of go, because there are, see, one of the things that I'm also in thinking about this document, making sure that we are not undermining the statute.
I agree with you. Sean, is that expressly stated anywhere else? The commission is considered to be is it in statute? Is it anywhere else that you see
I
that?
don't, you just triggered, in seeing the roles and responsibilities set out in its governing laws, I think I'm now rethinking that. Because I do think that my issue with that is more culture than statute. And I do think that making sure everybody understands that we are driven by the statute first.
That's right.
So I think I would throw my objection.
All right, helpful to talk.
But I think it's important to have the conversation because this is, you and I have had this conversation about the culture.
An emotional statement.
Yeah, but there's, but
Everything
my
that we're going through.
point is
Yeah.
that the negative stuff I hear
Yeah,
feels like it comes from, I refuse to respond to what the state treasurer says. I don't work for you, to licensees. This is not what this document is gonna fix, but it's part of the culture that we need to fix. Does that make sense?
Did you, Sean, did you have something? Because
Sorry,
I think
Sean, go
you're
ahead.
looking at statute.
I just, Commissioner Wright asked me a question, so I was trying to see if there was anything.
Yeah.
But I want to respond to the chair's sentiment and basically say, as we read through this, to find areas to sprinkle in a sentiment, which is that the agency comprised of commissioners and staff, respect our obligations to the public, respect our obligations to taxpayers.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
if there's ways to sprinkle that narrative
Yeah.
in, that also fits though.
Thank you.
One of the things I'd like to remind all of us of as we go through this is, we've already done it, so I'm grateful already, is this is a governance document. This is where we delineate authority amongst ourselves together, the six of us. So I want to stay in that lane, but in that governance context
Yeah.
is who are we accountable to?
Yeah.
And obviously, when we get to the accountability section, I'm accountable to you, the five of you. You're accountable to your appointing authorities. I think that's in this document. But then together we can kind of dictate and declare a broader accountability
Yeah.
to the public and taxpayers.
Can I just thought, so you say keep the sentence?
I now, Ava, I don't know what you said, but in looking at this, because I do think that part of the problem, but part of our problem is that it's a little unclear.
Right.
But also part of our, in essence, authority is wrapped up here.
So may I suggest?
Yeah.
Flipping the sentence, so the statute takes the lead. So we're guided by statute, and then therefore the commission is considered independent agency within state government, like, as opposed to,
Say the statute first.
yeah, I'm saying start with the general rules and responsibilities of the commission are set out in this governing laws, da, 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 da. The commission is considered, like, put that second, like statute first, and then the description of what we are second.
I don't know what you said, the truth, but I'm.
You're okay. All right, that's fine. And is everybody happy to flip that?
Before you came in, I did watch the last 4 seconds of the Bruins game last night. So I'm a little tired. So,
Could I ask you all to, take a moment to
Mhm.
read through the whole background section and see if there are any other questions or concerns or items that need discussion? And I just want to say what happened is exactly what should happen. Raise an issue, let everyone talk about it and then let it resolve. So that's all good.
So I have 4. So it's not just like for MIC, it's not just public health, it can be substance use, or there's like more to it than just public health, right, Sean? It's like,
I'm sorry, which number?
yeah,
One with a background in.
does it say substance use, did I miss it? Commissioner?
I'm for.
That should be pulled up.
Oh, yeah, mental health, I'm sorry, yeah, I didn't keep going, I'm sorry, yeah, you're right, yeah, my apologies,
No worries.
I stayed up late too.
Returning to one, was this verbatim the mission statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I know we had that conversation previously.
Mhm.
Right.
I was gonna say, because I don't. know
I
if
mean,
that's
I
the
cut
right-
and pasted from the website,
Okay.
if that's the
Then
most
I
up
don't,
to date.
I don't want to mess with that. I was just gonna add farmers, but if we don't.
And
And I think that's, I think the general counsel added farmers, and I said, it's not on the website, and we
That's. I
tried to
wanna
make a
put that
change.
there.
Maybe we can add farmers to the website.
Well, I think the admission thing, yeah.
I just say,
Yeah.
were you missing farmers? Can you just?
Number 1,
Robust participation by minorities, women, and veterans.
And disabled person.
You would need to. modify the,
Minorities.
like, mission statement itself.
Does,
I
does,
would do it through that vehicle, not through.
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Just go through that.
Okay, so,
Go through 6.
okay, thanks, I'm good.
You're good? You have a,
No, I'm giving you a positive response, so I've got my sign.
Are folks comfortable with number 6, that that's intended to? If this is unnecessary, I'm sorry, but I recall that statement or that sentence being drafted to sort of broaden the scope of individual commissioners beyond your singular appointing authority or appointing background. Folks are, that, you feel like that accomplishes that?
Do you think anything's missing?
Nope, I just wanted to confirm that that's my recollection and that that's what,
Do you think that reads, do you think that that's clear when you read that, or do you think it needs?
this is why I asked the
Yeah.
question, because I can see how it. I'm thinking of future iterations of commissioners. If someone comes in with a public health background, I want them to know that's not your limit. You're
Right.
not just a public health substance use expert. You have the ability to care about public safety as well.
Are we providing our expertise, knowledge, and lived experience, we providing that to the commission directly or more broadly to the Commonwealth?
some ways that goes back to the desire to sprinkle accountability, to.
Yep.
You know,
Kind of same difference in a way.
Mhm.
Your services as a commissioner, and this is governing your role as a commissioner. So I would say it's in your capacity therefore as a commissioner.
I think you raised a good point. I just don't know how to frame it. Trying to think of an actual way to craft something that's clearer.
It could be something like the combined expertise, knowledge, and lived experience of the 5 commissioners, in addition to their acknowledged expertise or specialty. Something that adds it to the seat that you're selected for.
See, I think the combined actually covers that because it's basically, I feel like it's bringing us all together as opposed to, and this is what I had, I think you like, that you are not just, I forget, public safety, you're public safety, what do you? Social justice, you're not just social justice, right? Although we would like to gain your experience, you've been working on public safety issues and you have worked on public safety issues. So it's, I think combined expertise, I think that that's what it says, is that we kind of come together as a group and leveraging that. I mean, maybe the word leverage.
Yeah,
you
we've
know,
talked about that, we've always.
Yeah, But I think combined kind of brings it that way so that we're not sort of separate atoms, but we are kind of one being together. I think that combined and lived experience of the 5 commissioners provides the Commonwealth the capacities.
What is it you were saying, Sean, is that you're trying to take something out or add something?
I guess I'm like really neither. I just wanted to confirm, as I read it, I recalled what it was there for, why we talked about that.
Gotcha.
And wanted to confirm my understanding with each of yours. And I think it is something, if I had to wordsmith anything, it would be your combined expertise, knowledge, and experience provides a Commonwealth with the capacities
I think we're okay with it, right?
beyond your individual
I'm saying if someone
appointment.
else wouldn't be able to understand that without the added conversation to it.
I'm not,
Like, you know,
no one's
we're
gonna understand
saying-
this document after we're done with this.
You know, so we're saying that commissioners are not limited to.
But I think it says it in there.
Look like
You think so?
Oh.
These are all supporting documents, so we'll get to them as they come up.
Is there enough, or there's not enough for that time?
Do you have one?
I have one.
Yeah, we should know.
Thank you.
Not even kidding. Gave you a look.
So want to revise it or is everyone okay with it?
Okay, for everyone else's.
Okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, we'll come back to this in 2 years anyway. So
Right.
if by that point it's still an issue, we can
Yeah.
address it then.
If any of us are here in 2 years, you guys can explain it to the new ET that's here in 2 years, and all the new commissioners are here in 2 years, if none of us are here.
What do you mean in 2 years? We have 3 more years.
know.
This is not too long.
I feel like 2 years is 5 years. I feel like 2 years is 5 years.
Or does, oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm fast forwarding you. I'm just time flies, man.
You're fast forwarding all
She
of
didn't
us.
say succession.
I feel like the 2 years that I've been,
Court justice, something on lifetime.
the 2 years I've been here feels like 5.
Yeah.
So when I think 2 years down the line, I feel like
But it's 3 years.
3 years. I'm all messed up.
All right.
That's not going in the minutes, please.
It's already in.
Anything
You
else?
guys know what I mean.
Sabiel's here.
Anything else on background? Anything else on background?
So we're done.
Is there any dissent from reaching a tentative agreement on background, on the background section?
You have TA.
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh,
You should see when I do this with regulations, we just, get very happy when, yeah.
When you get the, they write the T and the A.
TA,
It's like,
okay, got through that. All right, let's look at, roles and responsibilities. So Number one is the commissioners. Sean, we're still waiting for you on how to refer to them.
Yeah. So I've been back and forth on this. I want to provide some flexibility for future iterations of both my role and the agency. And also bear in mind that given that flexibility, it really just boils down to commissioners, and I think also returning to why are we here, why are we doing this? It's commissioners, me, like the six, right? That's my principles. And also bear in mind, I don't have a vote in this. You do, the five of you do. I don't. And then from me, it's staff generally. So I don't know that delineating further, in fact, delineating further tends to lead to more headaches. Saying direct reports, then department heads, then staff creates that. Well, which bucket am I in? I identify as staff. And I think everyone, they're down the chain, so to speak, should identify generically as commission staff.
So take out the whole thing about leadership.
I'm leaning toward that. I'd obviously
Right.
welcome feedback on that, and maybe we see how it
use
works.
Leadership in various places.
We do,
Yeah.
but I also think generically it's that, and I know we,
Is
One
remember
area.
that number 3?
Yeah, when
Yeah.
the blue is, yeah.
and maybe we see how that plays in other
Okay.
sections. For instance, I know like notice to department heads and where commissioners can access things.
Right.
But that's where I think again, like org charts matter.
Mhm.
So make them more broadly, readily, they are available on the internet, but like, that's where I think we speak to this, but then let other living documents live. Whereas this should be kind of like a constitutional source.
So do you think in other places, instead of using leadership, we can just say direct reports and department heads? That's your, so just spell that out instead of.
No
Yeah.
appropriate stuff. My concern is, this makes it sound like he has to consult with everybody
Yeah.
on everything. And I don't think that should
I
be.
think-
It ties our hands, I think.
I think part of this document, which is really important, is making sure that we maintain the primacy of the executive director. And I want us to be collegial in taking input, but ultimately, I think part of this document needs to be reinforcing the position of the, I want to appoint you the executive director.
Yes,
So just, let's see the context of this. This is really the commissioners work with the executive director and whatever else to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities. So it's really who the commissioners are working with.
Or appropriate staff.
Yeah.
Or
that's where I think
So-
commission staff is still appropriate.
Yeah.
appropriate,
Yeah.
appropriate. Like, I feel this is too granular to go down to label out all these individual
Yeah,
buckets.
But I guess what I would say, and I'll use a live example just because I think it's helpful, and it's generic enough, is you are fulfilling your missions or your mission, excuse me, as a regulator by working on working groups with commission staff right now. I'm not there. I don't need to be. So I think you want to preserve that right of yours to
Appropriate
work
staff.
directly with staff
Yeah.
and not always have to run through me. So I think leaving commission staff works in this sentence. I think the more you, with granularity and specificity, get into that, it actually ties your.
It does,
hands
you're right.
Long term.
I agree with that.
And that's why I think you let organization evolve structurally without having to go back and revisit this.
Could we kind of reword some of this to say, and again, not to take away the primacy of the executive director's role, but again, leave some flexibility for function for future EDs, future commissioners, work through the executive director to collaborate with commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities.
He just said sometimes we won't work through you.
But you or a future executive director could make that decision of, I'd like you to work through me, or I can give you the go-ahead to work directly and collaborate with staff.
There should be a tension here. I can sense it, and this is, I think in a good way, of, do you feel like you should have to work through me to fulfill your mission and responsibilities in that? Like, I'm using the working groups as an example of regulations. Do you feel like you should have to, if you want to regulate something, from my perspective, I think you should have access to staff.
I feel the width almost folds you into the process. If we work
I see.
through the executive director, you can give us a green light, or you can.
But because I think
Give us a red light.
ultimately, you don't have to be the person who is the hub that everything goes through. But ultimately, and this is, I think, the rub is that the chair needs to be managing the workflow and representing the position of the commissioners with you.
Mhm.
And that this needs to be not only a negotiation, but a meeting of the minds about how do we let the commissioners do their job? How do we make sure that you're on board with that and that we're directing appropriate resources? And again, we can have communications, but so what ultimately I hope is that we have unfettered ability to communicate with all staff. But when it comes to gaining resources on behalf of the commission, the executive director and the chair need to be working collaboratively to make sure that that is functioning. And
So let's
That-
just
that's-
look at where
you know.
this is, because this isn't
Yeah.
the chair section, this
Mhm.
is the commissioners. And I don't know if you want to give up working with the executive director, because it sounds like there are two concepts. You work with the executive director independently without staff, and then maybe work through the executive director to commission it. I'm not sure you want to give up working with the executive
I don't
director.
know why you don't say with the executive director and commission staff. I don't think you have to get as.
That's what's there, and Commissioner Stebbins was proposing a change to that. So I want to understand that.
Yeah, and I hear the chair's point, you know, not wanting to put the executive director necessarily at the
Tip of the spear.
hub of the wheel and tip of the spear and everything else. And I'm flexible as to that starting language. Maybe we create a 3A and a 3B. One is about working with the executive director. The other one is about our opportunity to collaborate with staff.
But don't we get to that later?
There is a lot more about that. But it could read, if you wanted to do that, it could read, Romanet 3 could start to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities. A, work with the executive director. B, work with commission staff, or work through the executive director to commission staff.
I'm saying, don't we sort of delineate some, I mean, what do you think that this is missing? You know, I don't know if we need to be as granular here, but what do you, I guess I would like you to
Yeah,
restate
no,
what you're kind of,
Yeah, I'm trying to move away from the granularity of it.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I agree with, I'm also thinking to Commissioner Roy's point, where can we punch in the positive words, you know, collaborate as opposed to work with, you know, with commission staff. You know, working with the executive director almost implies that's the first stop. And I'm trying to avoid that kind of first stop. And again, giving some flexibility
Or
to the.
in
executive.
collaboration with the executive director and staff?
Yeah,
Work with the executive director and collaborate with commission staff, so you.
In collaboration with the executive director and commission staff? In concert with, together with, or? I mean, because I feel like one is working and the other is collaborating. I mean, I think that we're
Yeah.
collaborating or working with, or, you know,
Their choice, what other people think.
I'm agnostic, actually.
I'm okay if we,
Sean's thinking.
if there are other places that we're expressing this, I'm happy to just kind of say this until I can see
Okay,
where
why
it
don't- why
lends
don't we,
itself further.
I think we're all in agreement to get rid of direct reports, leadership,
Right.
right?
That's, yeah.
Because then all of a sudden, people who aren't included, I think,
Yeah.
also get.
Yeah, so that's out.
Okay.
And then,
So currently it says work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and
with
responsibilities.
that,
Can I add another, not a wrinkle, but I think an opportunity? Is this an area where I think we sprinkle in that accountability to the taxpayers, public? So as stewards of the commission and working to achieve the commission's mandates, this is the role of the commission. And I think later on, this might be one of those opportunities to throw in that. Respecting our role, yes, as an independent agency, but also with a degree of sensitivity and accountability. And I don't know where.
Sensitivity.
Just so work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities on behalf of Commonwealth citizens.
Or it becomes a new
The Romanet.
5, right, like exactly.
yeah, I'm
Or,
thinking a new
and
Romanet.
I'm also trying to look ahead as best I can and see if there's other areas where it belongs, but Like there's the public officials in G, maybe that's the area.
What would you add as a Roman at 5?
I think it is,
Can I just say, I don't know if it belongs here because this is saying only the commissioners are responsible to the.
I'm saying it's one area. I'm not saying.
Okay,
only
because
one
we
area.
want staff to feel that
Agreed.
same
Yep.
responsibility we feel.
Don't disagree at all.
Okay.
I'm saying, I think, getting back to my point earlier, sprinkling throughout the document.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, okay,
Yeah, I don't think there's I'm
Yeah.
not saddling just commissioners with that. obligation at
yeah,
all.
then we want everybody to feel that.
I'm saying this is the first opportunity I've seen in the document to,
Can you say a little bit about what that is?
I can try like hell. I think it's the, respecting, obligations, as public officials, to citizens, taxpayers, residents of the Commonwealth and, participants in the cannabis industry. And participants, if you need to broadly define that, can be licensees, agents, patients, consumers.
Stakeholders is always
Yeah,
easy.
So- but I think you want to make sure you throw in the participants in the industry as well, because I think to your point.
But I think stakeholders is kind of that, I think that covers that. It covers
Community.
licensees, equity.
But are we upholding anything as well? Are we upholding our statutory? Do we need to uphold anything besides respect anything? I'm just throwing that out there.
If you put it in A, I think you've got the statutory mandates and mission,
Yep,
so that cascades already.
that's
If you add
upholding.
it to G,
It would be
then it's public officials.
respect their obligations as public officials to citizens, taxpayers, and residents, and stakeholders in the cannabis industry.
And that's like off the top of my head wordsmithing, so
Mhm.
please don't hold that against me.
Mhm.
Is a patient considered a stakeholder?
Should be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're a stakeholder.
I think everybody who has an interest.
Not
in-
necessarily a financial interest, just any
So
interest.
that anybody who has an interest in the
Any
efficient operation of the cannabis industry, whether you're a patient, a consumer, a licensee, a neighbor who has to
Yeah.
worry about smells coming from, you know.
I know in the past when I've presented to the commission, I've used stakeholder, but I've often clarified it by saying, if you identify as a stakeholder, it means you. So basically, it's an invitation.
All encompassing.
Yeah.
Do we need to define stakeholder anywhere?
I would hope we
I don't think so.
don't, just
Don't,
because I feel like.
Then
we-
Okay,
forget
fine.
we
somebody.
lose Somebody, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think it's, if you identify as someone with, you've got
Yeah.
a stake in this industry, then we care about it.
That's right.
All right, so the changes to A are that Romanet 3 will read, work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities. And we're adding a Romanet 5, respect their obligations as public officials to citizens, taxpayers, residents of the Commonwealth, or to Commonwealth citizens, taxpayers, and residents and stakeholders in the cannabis industry.
Karen, didn't you want in collaboration with in Romanet 3?
I don't, honestly, I just was trying to come up with a better word. I think,
Okay.
I'm not as concerned about that as other people are, so I just was trying to come up with a
Okay.
word. Thank you.
Anything else on A? Okay, how about B, policymakers? And I'll just show you, we had a question come up last week about the word deliberate relative to open meeting laws, so the general counsel added a footnote to the open meeting law education materials.
There's a footnote, I'll tell you. No offense, Sabio. I mean, there's no.
Is he going to law school? You gonna go to law school?
What?
You gonna go to law school?
I'm thinking about it, yeah.
We'll talk.
Anything on B?
But do we don't care, right? That's fine.
That's a fine addition.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything on, okay, on C is now just one sentence with a footnote.
Can I just ask like a point of interest question? Only because sometimes when do we say marijuana and when do we say cannabis? Because it's really funny because I had breakfast with Fletcher, she's from Pembroke, the new, she's on the comms team.
Rachel.
Rachel.
There's a
And it's really-
retirement economy.
Well, yeah, and I said, and I actually sent her an article where saying, no, it's not pejorative, it's
Yeah.
actually empowering. So I only asked that question. I don't think we need to change it, but I'm just saying, I'm somewhat curious
May I-
about
That's
that.
a really good
May I
question.
just add, that came up with Bruce and I had a, meeting, and it did come up that some states have, removed that in the
Yes.
vernacular.
Yeah.
And so I did a query on our regs, and it's like 2,677 times marijuana
It
is,
should be, we should just, even in our mission, I think we use cannabis and marijuana. I did a presentation at a school and I got hammered at Northeastern a couple of weeks ago, just about like, we should be, or it should reflect, even in our mission, but it's, you're right, it should probably.
But
should
some
be.
people, but in reading some of this stuff, because I read something, I said, Rachel, I'm gonna send this to you because I've heard the opposite. And I've heard that cannabis almost sanitizes it too much. You know what I mean? And so this is the problem. This is the problem about Latina, Hispanic, and Latinx. That Latinx is now considered a pejorative in some places. And I think that we're all kind of getting our arms wrapped around it because Latinx was put in there
Yeah.
to be respectful, but now it's not respectful. So again, I don't know if we need to change that, but I would like to learn more about
The,
that.
the other thing is that marijuana comes up spelled completely different when you're reading the law.
that's right,
statutes.
it does.
So,
Marijuana.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The H
With
is
an
what
H.
really should tick you
With an
off.
A, yeah, with an A, yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Throughout.
Should I do
throughout
that?
our laws.
Should I do it?
No, the H is bad.
Okay.
So I think to streamline this, though, I think marijuana should just be removed because you get into a whole
Cannabis,
just use
whatever.
cannabis.
Okay.
And I will say that cannabis is used more when you're talking about regulatory matters,
Mhm.
policy, official
Mhm.
things, and that, other phrases are used outside in regular
Mhm.
conversation. And that's how I kind of gone about it. I've read some things about it too, just
Yeah.
about when. to
I think
use it.
also in our mission, we have, it's intertwined, we use
So-
cannabis and marijuana.
That's intentional, because of the statute. And I think when we are referencing the statute, we reference marijuana is used in the statute.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a pain.
I mean,
I literally, this is just like
this
I'm
is
trying to
like a
learn.
We've had that discussion quite a bit, and we've never settled it, which is why you see it somewhat interchangeably. What I've always lent or finally kind of leaned into is when I have a choice, I use cannabis. When I'm referencing something that is like a statutory reference or
Then you'll say like
citation,
a marijuana establishment, medical marijuana
then I
establishment.
use,
Treatment
I
center.
use marijuana.
It's in, the- it's like the name of our
But if
entity.
it's a, I'm just electing to talk about it, I use cannabis.
So
Right.
in C, there's a reference to a general law. So should we leave it as marijuana in C?
That's what it's
No,
called.
no, this is the dilemma, is that in the statute, it's actually marijuana. We
Right.
refer to MM, you know what I mean? That
So,
that
so
actually,
what I'm hearing is make a general change from marijuana to cannabis.
In conversation.
Except when we're quoting the mission or a statute.
I agree with
Is
that.
that right?
I think that's
I
a
think
concept.
And this C is pointing to a statute,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So
It is.
leave it as marijuana.
Yeah.
Can I just take a quick detour? Because I asked this question because I really wanted to learn and I actually just learned more. But what did you get hammered for? What did they say?
Us having it in our mission statement, sort of, we're talking cannabis and marijuana. I didn't have that explanation.
Sure.
But in terms of not using the word marijuana.
And what they told you not to, or?
Or they basically said, oh, Commissioner, you should bring this back to the commission. You guys have marijuana in your mission. You should be calling it cannabis versus marijuana for all the reasons that I can get into.
But I read another article, which is almost like possessing the word
Yeah.
and the opposite, that again, this is the sort of, you're on, I hate to use the word woke, but this is on kind of like a woke, like being,
I'm
that
gonna,
how do we, no, but I want to just make sure that we understand it, because it actually is something that I don't think we've ever.
It's a bigger conversation, but I think for the
Right.
purposes of this, I think.
the
we're
global.
good.
Well, anyway, I'd love to talk to you about it
Yeah,
because,
It's just not an easy fix.
Yeah.
Because it, literally I queried it
Mm.
and it's like almost 2,700 times the word marijuana is used.
of course you did.
All right, for the purposes of
Sorry.
the document, I'm gonna make a general
Okay.
change from marijuana to cannabis, except when it's in the mission or a statutory.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a really good long conversation. All right, letter D, so this was a late addition, from the, outreach and consultation. So the proposal is to add where it says including deciding on the suitability of applicants and enforcement actions, including but not limited to the revocation and suspension of licenses. Any thoughts about that?
You good with that, Sean? Okay. And I'm good with that.
Any further discussion?
Not that one.
Okay.
I just have another question, and it's not to get into the mileage thing, but like, I feel part of our roles and responsibility. I know you're agnostic, or you don't care so much as far as like the, but
Quote, yeah.
yes. But should we put like, I feel, that we should be out in the community. We should be as a licensee, as a regular, can't we go to these? Like, I don't know, do we have to expressly state like a part of our roles and responsibilities? And maybe this is under professional development, is learning more about the license types, visiting. I don't know. I just feel like it was questioned whether or not it's part of our pushback was, is this really like part of your roles and responsibilities? Is this professional development? And I feel it is. And I don't know if we gotta bake it in here somewhere, so,
Is that G? You build in G?
As public officials.
And maybe you build that a little bit more in there.
yeah, I just would like it in this document that as commissioners, we have the right or authority to physically visit a licensee.
I think that some of this document, and this is one of my beefs, especially after last week's meeting, is that I think some of it has to include what we expect of staff. And I don't know if we do enough of that here.
I think that's in the interaction section,
Yeah.
so let's
Yeah.
look in that section, because that's where that really points that out. And we're gonna hold off your question about visiting till we get to G, if that's okay. I'm gonna look at Romanet 2 under D. So this says here, maintain separation between its adjudicatory, administrative, and prosecutorial oversight functions as detailed in section below, and that takes us to, the reference will be the interaction section, and particularly that one about, that has to do with investigations and enforcement. But is this sentence okay? And Christine asked, remember she made us a chart that we saw on the screen. It's not very readable.
Nobody's eyesight is that good.
Yeah.
Okay. Glad it's not just me, but you can pull it up on your screen as well. But what are your thoughts about using that verbiage?
Did you send that document, that one?
I didn't send any documents.
feel this is
They-
broad.
They should all be in the, you have an electronic file for documents?
Yeah.
So that should be in there.
Where is it? Electronic file, what would it be on Teams?
It would have been what we got sent last week.
No, that's
No, it
Did you send it
should
to
be
us?
in there. I sent Grace a whole pile of documents that I'm assuming she made copies for, but I'm assuming are also in the electronic folder that holds all of your.
Anything on the electronic file?
I say we either get rid of the sentence or water it down, because there's some things
No,
that
it's in the handout.
we're entitled to know.
Yeah,
And
see,
this-
this is also the crux, and this is also a conversation I've been having with the gaming commission and trying to sort of understand how they do it. And I get a little bit nervous about this because this is. There sometimes is, and this is not shown, but there sometimes is a desire to make decisions on our behalf, insulating commissioners. And ultimately, whether it's our personal and professional ethics, whether it's sort of going beyond our adjudicatory position, for instance, understanding when there's and I think we get into health and safety someplace else, but I worry about this language.
What if it
I
was-
worry about this language emboldening people to say, I refuse. Because I'm making a decision, I am substituting my judgment for yours as a commissioner. And I've had that happen to me numerous times in the past 5 months, that your your expertise, your understanding, your attention to your ethical responsibility. I'm telling you no, because I'm saying this. And so that's what gets me a little nervous about that. I think we need to acknowledge the different duties, but I worry about any language in here that in essence, it goes beyond us acknowledging what we know we need to do and giving staff the ability to say, I'm substituting my judgment for yours, Commissioner.
Okay, let me ask you if this works.
Mhm.
So take out maintain separation between and just say serve, adjudicatory, administrative, and prosecutorial functions.
Say it again.
Just simply serve, so I'm taking out, I'm replacing maintain separation between its and just say serve. Serve adjudicatory, administrative, and prosecutorial oversight functions.
As detailed in the section we can't see yet.
Yeah, I mean, or we can just take that out because it's in another section.
I just prefer dealing with it in another section. I don't know if anybody
I
shares my
think as
concern.
licensors, you want to say something about your adjudicatory role.
We need
Right.
to, and we need to understand that we are adjudicators. We need to be sensitive to that. But ultimately, as administrators of this system, we need to be able to exercise that judgment as commissioners. We should be exercising that judgment. We should not be told. And ultimately, I want to respect when you say, without, I have said to you, can I talk to that person? And you say, with respect, talk to that person, but, and you know that every time I take a meeting, I don't take a meeting with anybody without saying, Sean, what do you think? And, that's what I do. You guys may or may not do that. I haven't, in the time I've been here, taken a meeting with anybody without saying, what do you think? Because
And so what does that
So
mean?
I don't-
What does that mean for what we can have here that you'll be comfortable with?
well, it's new here and I don't know what the chart says, so I feel a little, yeah, I'm capable right now of agreeing with this, A, because I want to see the chart. And B, if we deal with it someplace else, I'd rather deal with it someplace else where it talks about that. And I don't know if anybody else shares my,
Let's just hear what
concern.
other
Yeah,
people.
I'd like other people.
What
to
I can
comment.
do is I'm gonna call it up on my computer so you can, I can,
Can you
make
email,
it bigger.
can you email it to us?
Sure.
Wonder if you
Yeah,
would-
I'm not allowed to email it to all of you, so.
How about this? I'm just throwing out there. If we strike maintain separation between, and we put understand its adjudicatory, administrative, and prosecutorial oversight functions as detailed. So we need to understand them, but no one can dictate, like, I was like,
You don't understand what I'm saying, though. You understand my concern.
I think
I
being
think we need
walled
to,
off or put
yeah.
in the dark because somebody says you can't know this now. Right?
or some people can know it. and
So
other
let's get
people
rid of
can't.
that ability and just say we need to understand our roles around adjudicatory.
Right,
So we need to understand them, but we don't need, you're saying like, someone say, I refuse to tell you because it's in governance, right? Am I understanding you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm
But
trying,
some
I'm
people
trying to
know and other
eliminate
people
that,
don't. That's also-
that we understand those functions and roles, but
I also just question inclusion of our responsibility, that prosecutorial oversight. That's
Say it again?
someplace where I'm struggling with understanding where we fit in the
Mhm.
prosecutorial.
Right.
I'm not writing a notice of deficiency. I'm not writing an RFI. I'm not, suggesting a penalty for something. I will adjudicate that if somebody decides to appeal it up to us, but I'm struggling with, again, that prosecutorial oversight.
The place where I see that coming in is your oversight of me.
right.
That's, functionally, you oversee me. And I serve ultimately as your prosecutor. I don't adjudicate things. You do. And so I'm tracking Christine's logic from our conversation
Yeah.
last week. And I think that's where she brought it is ultimately you oversee the entirety of this commission. Included in that is your oversight of me as an employee. and then the processes that cascade from me to the likes of Yao, Rebecca Lopez, and so you do have oversight authority over me, which makes it this is not a criminal system. This is a civil action system that has that quasi adjudicatory responsibilities that you sit personally and occupy. That's where I'm connecting it. I agree. I think if read incorrectly, it could be confusing where you're now in two lanes that should not meet.
Right,
Um,
right.
But functionally, from just a day-to-day sort of operations of the commission as an oversight body, you do oversee prosecutorial function. You could remove me. You could, so I think that's where you have some authority there. You don't exercise it in a practical way, but
Would we still,
that is your authority though.
would we still capture that authority if we just pointed to adjudicatory and administrative?
I think so. But I want to be respectful of Christine's
Chair, I just sent you the.
flow there. And I think to Commissioner Roy's point of understanding, the only thing
Can we share it with everybody? Because we're an open meeting now, and we're technically.
Yeah,
open.
I can,
Yeah,
you know,
you can. Yeah.
nobody should reply all. as a
Can
general.
you just send it to all of us? Chair?
Can you send it to everybody?
Oh, I thought you had it.
I'm just.
I'm getting it
gonna
now,
send
but-
separately, because.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we're now in the cone of silence here,
So that-
whatever, so.
Yeah.
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 All right, thank you.
Trying to get to this language and Chair, I hear you. I also agree. And one of the things that in our interactions, I often say, here's the information. I trust you to use your best judgment. And that's leave it at that.
But this is also, I mean, as I said, I've gone through the back and forth about ethics. I have been told by Christine, ultimately, I am responsible for the management of my ethics. And I can't have staff saying, I refuse because of ethics and your ethics. And so I just want to make sure that we all have to own that. And by the way, if we don't do it the right way, we're in trouble and we can be removed. Right? So that's one of the things I think is very important for this. And again, I also think that, again, this is the practice, but not necessarily in the document. It's you and I working to make sure that I'm managing the commissioners or commissioner, however we've sort of delineated the language, and that I'm negotiating and working with you to make sure that that administration is.
So in the way I think that plays out practically as well is, and there's no one example. I can use the myriad of examples. If a commissioner, and you've seen this, hopefully you've all witnessed this or experienced this. If during a public meeting you recuse yourself from a matter,
Mhm.
you're declaring I'm recusing myself.
Yep.
That then generates from me a directive to staff.
Yep.
You are not to engage that commissioner on that matter any longer.
Mhm.
And then it also memorializes a memo to each of you saying you've chosen to recuse, here's what's going to happen.
Yep.
But now we've formally separated such that if you were to go to a staff member and say, what's the status on this license? They've been told by me,
Yep.
do not address it. And so that, I want to maintain that, I want to preserve that.
Yep.
Where the staff is basically acknowledging it and also empowered, but also directed. And then obviously their directive is that if it continues, so and I'll use you just as an
Sure,
example.
sure.
If you went to a licensing specialist and said, what's the latest on this? And they said, I'm sorry, manager, I can
Yep.
talk to you about that. You should come to me.
Yeah.
You should come to me.
Yes.
And they should also, report to Kyle and say, I did as I was told.
Mm-hmm.
And then you and I would have the conversation where I would say,
Or a commissioner
how do
should
you want to
come
handle
to the
this?
chair and say, this is an issue. And this is also, but this also kind of gets us far afield, but it also, and again, in my own experience, recusal, we have been recusing when we should be just abstaining. Because recusal is like the death penalty. And so, and I will tell you, when I came in here with my recusal, I was wrong. And I was told by the Ethics Commission that I didn't have to recuse myself. But so that's also part of, but that's also part of the, sometimes I think people are recusing and frankly being told to recuse for 6 months after a conversation. that they shouldn't be recusing, they should be abstaining.
I agree with
And
that.
so that's also part of the training I want to make sure that we have, because I am not confident that we truly understand. I know I didn't when I first came here, and when I used the word recusal, I think I was probably wrong, and I created problems for myself.
All right, I'm gonna.
So no, no, but
I'm gonna
this is a
dive in.
very
I
important
understand.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Recusal is not in perpetuity if the circumstance changes. In other words, or is a recusal in perpetuity because,
True recusal
Mhm.
is an actual conflict. An abstention is a.
so I have a 6-month.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna.
Can I just, I hate to say this.
We have a lot to do and you're trying to learn something.
No,
And
no,
we've
no,
been
no, no.
using- Excuse me.
Okay,
We've been using this process for a lot of learning and we're at the point where we really have to complete the document. And so what I'm gonna ask you to do is make a note
mhm,
of your questions and you can talk to Sean
Okay.
afterwards, that we really shouldn't be using this time for these understandings that have to do with implementation.
but I will tell you, for
Yeah.
instance, I raised the
Yeah.
issue of marijuana, and it actually has an impact, and it has
Yeah.
an impact on how we function, so.
And
Yeah.
we figured out how to deal with that issue. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have discussion. I'm just saying, I really want to try and keep us focused on the question on the table and not. So
If
what
I
I
can
think,
make one
what I
last
think,
point,
what
if I
I
can make
think
one
though,
last-
what I think though is that we should table this ruminant 2
Mhm.
until we look at the section that it's actually referring to.
Mhm.
Okay? So that's what I'd like to do, and then ask if there are questions or concerns about E, F, or G. Anything on those?
F, I think, is where we get at what we were talking about before. Contribute their topic specific, contribute but are not limited to. Maybe we could put in something like that, or like that, that's where we can get at the point you're making before.
Anything else on E, F, or G?
Do you want to put in anything here, Kim, that you were mentioning before?
Oh, this was the professional development.
Oh, yeah, the professional development.
Or it was as public officials to visit facilities, or something about that?
It's not just visit facilities, right? It's about community relations and education.
All of that, but
Yeah, it's not just.
I think that the real issue is that we have a responsibility to learn. We have a responsibility to
Yeah.
understand, you know,
I get
so.
it. I get it.
That become, I think. This is, I realize this is an internal governing document, but I think there'll be external eyes on it.
Yeah.
So I would say in this sequence, and this is advice more than anything else, is I would make that number 1.
Mhm.
That 1 is to learn.
Yeah.
Basically, this is not language per se, but it's basically become a sponge about this industry. This is for new commissioners as well, perspective, learn as much and then share. But I think if you come in and share and choose, like, I think the sequence matters.
Yeah.
Like learn, engage.
So how about, learn all aspects of the cannabis industry?
I'd like it, share expertise, updates, insight on the development of the industry and engage with stakeholders to learn, understand
Yeah, I like that.
what, I think there's a way to just build it into one that keeps it front and center.
Share expertise, updates, and insight on the development of the of the industry, and engage with stakeholders to learn and understand the cannabis industry and other government officials in accordance with commission approved policy.
Ultimately, development, I think
Yeah.
stakeholders.
Yeah, stakeholders.
Like everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so there won't be a Romanet 3, Romanet 1 would be share expertise, updates, and insight on the development of the industry and engage with stakeholders to learn and understand the cannabis industry, period. Or is it in accordance with commission-approved policy? I think that was important.
Mhm.
So just kind of including government officials and stakeholders.
Mhm.
Sean, I have a question. E, Roman at 5. Do you think like for future EDs, should we put the word compensation in there? Because we didn't set compensation. We don't have anything about set compensation. I just want your thoughts around that. Do you think?
It is.
Yeah, the executive director shall serve at the pleasure of the commission. Shall receive such salary as may be determined by the commission.
Sorry, it's not in here.
Oh, it's in
But it'll be referenced by the footnote.
By the footnote.
Yeah. Let me just make sure that the hire the executive director under Roman 1, that's. Let me make sure that footnote 3 is actually there.
I thought your question, Commissioner Roy, was approved job descriptions. Then did you want to read and compensation?
I know, I was looking at Roman at 5. If, I just wanted Sean's thoughts around it, if it needed to be added in Roman at 5.
So footnote 3 at the bottom,
What is that?
that it's subsection J is that section.
Okay,
That's
So it's
EDs.
That includes the.
Okay.
So it's covered. And I'm content with that. Thank you for raising it.
It's 11:26. Can you have a bio break at some point?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to miss anything.
Yes, anything else on roles and responsibilities? And then I just want to focus on where there's a tentative agreement and where.
What sentence did we, for
So-
engaging, like visits and engaging with stakeholders, how
So,
would it?
so G, Romanet 1, will now read, share expertise, updates, and insight on the development of the industry and engage with stakeholders to learn and understand the cannabis industry in accordance with commission-approved policy. So,
I have
go ahead.
a commission approved mission instead of policy, because someone could come in and create a policy that limits us from trying to engage with stakeholders. Like, you create an SOP that says you can't visit. I'm just playing devil's advocate
Right,
here.
and we're getting hit by the bus, yeah. And
Somebody-
worst case scenario.
Yeah, somebody
I-
could create a
yeah,
SOP
so-
that
so-
says, timeout, you cannot
I
go
just want to
visit.
say, I
Yeah.
think the reason we had this there was the protections for not, for protecting your potential adjudicatory roles. That, remember, that was the
Mhm.
tension between this section.
Policy and mission.
Mission is so broad. Mission is so broad. The executive director has to approve standard operating procedures.
Not mistaken, too, I think last week we talked about bringing the SOPs to the commission as well,
Yeah,
which I'd be.
well, that's what I was just gonna ask. I think that needs to have some
Yes,
commission input.
yes.
Yeah, that's in there. We'll get to that.
I think if we achieve that, would that satisfy, that SOPs get adopted by the
Right.
commission? Would that,
I think so. I just don't want like a rogue SOP coming up, like you can no longer go to senior centers. We decided
Yeah.
no one can go to senior centers anymore.
I'm gonna let us take a break.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? You're saying that we're gonna approve all SOPs?
we talked about that last week?
Yeah, we
Not,
did, but
not
not
approve.
approve.
I'll,
Read them.
why don't we take a 5-minute? Ask you to turn to page 9, the very bottom, number 10, and I want to see if this helps you, Commissioner Roy. Commission standard operating procedures. Stop. Delineate commission processes on a range of issues and are ultimately approved by the executive director. Commissioners will provide input to and feedback on priority SOPs. A project charter may be used for SOP creation or revision.
How do you define priority?
You would define priorities.
Oh, okay.
You would define the priorities.
Oh, I thought it was like a title prior SOPs.
No,
So
no,
repeat that one page, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's
9.
page 9, the last paragraph, number 10. And this came out of the discussion. This was Sean, you wanted to be sure that there was a way that commissioners were involved.
For me, I'd rather call it a range of functions, not issues.
A range of functions.
Number 10,
Page nine.
bottom of page 9.
And then number 10. Where do you see the word issue? I haven't seen it.
Range of the second.
Second line.
Is it maybe a range of functions and processes?
Yeah, I don't know. I read it twice, but it's like,
Commissioner Stebbins, functions and processes, or is functions bigger?
Function and processes is fine. I just
Not issues.
struggle with issues. I struggle with a lot of issues.
I don't love the subjectivity of priority SOPs,
Mhm.
just because I feel like that could be the next
So, but that was the question I asked, and I thought it was an adjective.
for that.
Yeah.
So there,
Yeah.
there was a version that said each year, the commissioners will identify priority SOPs. But then there was some concern about that, but we could put that language in, or just
Can we
say
just say agency SOPs? Like that?
feedback, we could say on their selected priority SOPs. Commissioners will provide input to and feedback on their priority SOPs, their selected priority SOPs.
I feel like this is almost a negotiation. Because some people will have some priorities, other people will have other priorities, and so I think this needs to be, in essence, some sort, I mean, we're gonna have to figure out with the executive director what those priorities are.
Do you think you should vote on those? Should that be at a public meeting?
Well, it's almost like gaining a consensus. I don't think you have to vote on them, but it's, well, you know, the commissioners and the executive director will gain consensus or will establish a consensus,
Yeah,
please.
you know.
Okay.
Determine.
Yeah.
And so I think on a regular basis, the chair and executive director will consult and
Mhm.
determine, because there might be an SOP that is just like, I think Alyssa, it wasn't comical, it was true. You have an SOP and open intimate.
And by the way, we don't have an SOP on delivering the mail. You just have an SOP on opening it.
Well, we don't deliver that. We,
I know.
but that's where, so I think, I'm sure that's not a priority SOP. And I'm sure if we sat down with some regularity, we could.
Yeah.
That list is gonna emerge.
How about
It'll
this,
reveal itself.
selected SOPs, like the ones we select?
Or the chair and executive director will identify the priority SOPs annually.
Yeah, but I like the word consensus because I don't want people to feel that it's gonna be the chair just determining,
That's a good point.
but it's gaining consensus.
yeah.
But ultimately, and this is sort of, you know, where I'm kind of coming from, you know, my role and kind of understanding where we've been and having missed the first 4 months of negotiation, is that I want to make sure that we're maintaining sort of statutory authority of the chair, but also making sure that we, you know,
Well, I think the way that could play out is that it would be your obligation to get the consensus
Yeah.
of commissioners as to what their priorities are.
Mhm.
And you can even write that in, that the chair will ascertain
mhm,
from commissioners their priorities,
Yeah.
their consensus. And I think I just represent the staff portion of that.
mhm.
We meet and come to
Yeah.
a solution.
You good with that?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, it's, I think about the former chair, Chair Hoffman, and it's like, it was, well, I wouldn't even say that, nothing negative, just more of like, you kind of, he was here a little longer, so he knew obviously a lot of more stuff and stuff, but you know, you gotta just always be careful in the sense of, it could be your priority, but it's not our priorities, you know? But
That's why I want the word.
Yeah,
I mean, again, but this is also, as I've sort of gained my sea legs a little bit and sort of watching the process,
yeah,
I feel like some of this is in essence emasculating the statute.
yeah.
And I don't think that that was intended by the legislature. And so I want to be mindful of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Okay, can I try this? The chair after ascertaining from commissioners, their priority SOPs annually, we'll work with the executive director to identify priority SOPs.
I like the word consensus because.
Yeah.
I don't,
A little fretful at the start of that,
yeah,
Okay,
because then you're
all right.
shading it with, we're having a conversation around your back open meeting law
Right.
stuff.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it's putting,
Sharing.
no, but I think it's putting, it's, in maybe in consultation with individual commissioners, gain, it's almost like I'm just gonna say that, I'm not, this is not, but in consultation with individual commissioners, determine their priority SOPs and then develop, a consensus with the executive director. Again, I'm not doing this right way, but it's, again, not talking to everybody, but in individual conversations, determine what their priorities are and then develop consensus SOPs.
And I feel like Kaufman did that for not SOPs, but things like
Yeah.
when it came to agenda, like we met every Monday.
Mhm.
20, 30 minutes, I think I told you yesterday, but I think that's one of the ways that he did things, like he did,
Yeah.
like, what do you want to work on? What are you doing? What do you,
Mhm.
okay, by the way, I got this, so you want to work on this with me, so I think he did that.
Yeah.
So I want to understand, you want the SOPs to be agreed to by consensus, or you want the selection of the priorities to be by consensus?
I think that the chair needs to get an understanding of what each commissioner sees as the priorities for SOPs. And in working with the executive director, develop a consensus of what those priority SOPs are. Does that, I don't want to be, I'm not wordsmithing this, but
I can do that during lunch because we can come back to this, but what I just want to understand is how do you do that without violating the open meeting law? So you'll just ask each one what their priority is without sharing what the other's priorities are.
Right.
Okay.
So where this,
It's also not policy.
so I guess that's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to latch onto,
Yeah.
is to make sure that they were not in the open meeting law space is who they're ultimately approved by me.
Mhm.
That's the,
The
are
SOPs
we,
are-
is that, are we preserving that?
Mhm.
Then there's no open meeting law issue.
Yeah.
Because if it's gonna be on a commission agenda for vote and deliberation,
Yeah.
then any free work
Yeah.
is a communication that would advise. But if the authority doesn't rest with the commission, then they can talk about it.
All right.
And ultimately, this doesn't preclude any individual commissioner from saying, hey, this is my priority in case the chair didn't, properly, what I mean? I mean, it's not precluding that.
And the other thing I want to make sure it doesn't, just, this is
Yep.
on the point. So it's, SOPs also get drafted and adopted organically throughout the year.
Yeah.
As issues arise. And so there might be something that is not an SOP
Mm-hmm.
yet, but could become one. And I don't want to preclude either a commissioner from
Right.
requesting that or
Right.
the staff
Right.
organically.
Right.
having
I
that.
have a question. Could a commissioner request an SOP be put on the agenda for deliberation?
Absolutely, why not?
Yeah, you could, except then you just undermine this entire process.
Well,
Because now SOPs can be on the agenda.
well, but I think that what we're talking, all right, but I thought we were talking to establish
I think we
priorities.
should establish one, whoever goes and writes an SOP goes, and does it. Is that what you're?
But I think if you put it on the agenda, then well, see, what I'm trying to make sure
Depends
is,
which one it is, right?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
what's
what
the priority?
what I'm trying to get around is priority SOPs. The initial issue was who determines what the priority is? I don't think it stops you from saying, I think this is an important SOP, either raising it with the chair or raising it with the executive director. I mean, they can put whatever they want and ask, that, but in terms of putting it on the agenda, either the chair has to put it on the agenda or 3 commissioners have to put it on the agenda. Right?
And then what's on the agenda? To vote to approve the SOP, because then I think
Because
that.
what if we don't agree with, you sign off on it, but then we second thought, oh, we don't agree with this. But we want to deliberate this. We want to talk about this. Are we handcuffing ourselves as commissioners to be able to do that?
Yes,
How so?
Who approves SOPs? The commission or the executive director? Well, but not executive.
SOPs, I mean, there's so many SOPs. We don't even know how many there
But I
are.
wonder if there's an SOP that gets approved by the executive director and you don't like it, then can you raise that as a priority SOP the next round and say, I want to revise this one?
What if it's urgent? What if it's time sensitive? What if he says go pound sand? And it's time
But
sensitive.
this is where I think the role of the chair is important, and it's saying, you know, there's, I think it's really trying to determine what that priority is, because we may all have some individual ideas about things that have to be done, but I thought what we were talking about here is what are priority? And if you decide, and again, this is also the developing a consensus between the commission and the staff about what resources are going to be utilized.
Here's one,
Okay.
project charter.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say we decide that we want Sean and the chair to sign off on project charters. And he says, no, I sign off on all project charters. What is our recourse to deliberate it in public to say we want 2 signatures? I'm just doing this example. I'm not really, I'm not supporting this. I'm just saying,
The commission.
But
But
you
you're
can have,
saying
Oh,
we can't.
got it.
So
but you can have any conversation you want in an open meeting. It does or does not, I mean, at the end of the meeting, is there any business that,
But that's that is like, there's something in between both where the two of you are right now, which is conversation's one thing, vote to overrule.
Right.
I think that's what I'm.
That's what I'm trying to
That's what
get
I'm
at.
hung up on is,
Mhm.
we can talk about anything, but it's, what's this, and I think that's where this document needs to delineate that authority, is
Yeah.
what authority is, and I'm gonna be possessive, what authority is mine in the executive director capacity, not me,
Mm,
Sean. What authority is mine versus what authority is the commission's? And I think that's what we're settling.
What I thought I heard you say is that if SOPs are not approved by the executive director, then you have to follow open meeting laws for your discussions about them.
Yes.
And so the chair can't then ask each commissioner what their priorities are, because that would violate the open meeting law. That was what I understood.
what I thought we were saying is that we're not violating the open meeting law to assess the individual priorities. So say we have,
So long as Sean is approving the SOP. That's
so
the difference.
if Sean, so I bring the consensus, I say ABC, these are the priorities, and he goes, I think we're only gonna do AB. And I go, yeah, but the commissioners say ABC, and he goes, we don't have the bandwidth to do all that. So he can say no, right? But we still have the opportunity, and say I'm being a jerk, okay? So say we're in agreement, yeah, we only want A and B, and you want C. You still have the opportunity in open meeting, any further business, you know what I mean? You can raise that, and this is also where, and this is one of the things I was saying with Susan, is that how do you get the 3 people to develop the agenda? I mean, you're not supposed to be having those conversations, right? And so 3 commissioners equal 1 chair, but also 3 commissioners are now violating the open meeting law if you're
Unless they
talking.
do it in open meeting.
Right, exactly. But this is where 3 commissioners in open meeting can say, I didn't know that was your priority because you didn't talk to me about that. You talked to
But
the
I
chair.
think Commissioner
No, but I
Roy is
think-
asking a different question.
Oh, I don't,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I
Commissioner
thought,
Roy is asking the question about approving the SOP. If there's an SOP she doesn't like, not the priority, not the selection of them.
but I think
I
you still
think-
can
I-
debate that in open meeting. And if 3 commissioners,
But we
if 2
can't-
commissioners agree with her, we can then
He's saying you
vote on
can't.
policy, can't we?
But then I think by doing that, then I don't approve SOPs, the commission does. What I have hovering over every approval of an SOP is I better make sure the 3 commissioners agree with this, otherwise it's actually not my authority at that point.
This commission has an SOP for everything.
Just about, yeah. That's a maturing agency.
No,
but
it's great.
that's a good
No,
thing.
SOPs are great, and folks.
But
you guys have
isn't that-
developed them.
But isn't that ultimately 3 commissioners can say, yeah, can overrule the executive director? Isn't that?
Or we're putting him or her on the hot seat.
Mhm. But that's our prerogative, isn't it?
So let's just play it out in terms of.
Mhm. Yeah, no,
open-
again, I'm
in
not-
terms
I'm
of
not-
Open meeting laws. So if you say the executive director approves standard operating procedures, and you identify priorities and you don't like one of them, then you go to an open meeting and say, we take a vote on whether or not we like this SOP. And so I suppose what you can do is make a recommendation, like instead of taking away the approval, you say, we're making a recommendation to the executive director to revise that SOP. Would that be
That
okay?
could be like a directive too.
So not, so if you leave the approval with the executive director, then you have the freedom around open
But
meeting law.
commissioners reserve the right to amend or to recommend, like,
To make a recommendation to.
amendments or revisions or.
But see, I think we're talking about sort of the standard order of business. If something like this rises to the point where three commissioners are overruling the executive director, I think you always have the prerogative to do that. And B, it's gonna have to be something pretty darned controversial, a huge conflict. And ultimately, I think that we have that.
But also it's like.
Because
this
you
just-
also would
maybe-
have, you already would have had input on, you would have had
And I raised
feedback
a
on.
legitimate example, and
Yeah. Okay.
so let's say an SOP comes up
On mileage.
on mileage and says commissioners cannot expense mileage. But in our governance documents, it says part of our responsibilities is to engage. So the SOP is at odds with what it is we're supposed to do. And if he signs it, and so now he's saying no mileage, the SOP says no mileage, but as part of our engaging with stakeholders, we need to be able to do that. And so what do the commissioners, what voice do we have? And
So I'll give you the second part of that example, which is like actually a real live example that Commissioner Roy and I have an email I'm about to send. But that's a conversation, right? So now the second part to that is that I've asked Alyssa, Adriana, and Justin, I've asked Commissioner Roy to join me in the conversation around mileage so that we can really understand what the state law says, federal, our handbook and our SOPs. There's like 4 things that we have to sort of check now so that we can all be on the same page and understand. And then us come back and bring it to you all and or just settle it. You know, Sean already said it's no big deal, but that's just Sean right now, you know, just saying, okay, no big deal. But I want to make sure that that we know what the SOP is, because you can't say no big deal to the chair. Yeah, no big deal. It's okay. And then I'll go and say, hey, can I get this reimbursed? And then they'll say no. So I want to make sure that we can now work with our team to make sure that we have it, that we understand everything that's now part of the
but what if
handbook.
you get no,
The SOP.
then what?
Right, then if we get a no in that situation,
Then what happens?
then we go back to the executive director, and then if we get a no from him, then we can talk about it in public amongst all of us.
Or can we? That's back to you now. Can we?
That's an example, I'm just using that. as an example.
I think if you want to have a public discussion about commissioners getting reimbursed, go nuts.
No, this is
No,
an
this is just an
example.
example.
No, scenario.
But I'm saying that's an example that, based on this scenario, could play out.
But ultimately, I don't think in this document, we can or should be taking away the ability of 3 commissioners to set.
I don't think you are.
Direction.
I think that there's a distinction. There's SOPs.
Yeah.
And the executive director approving them, but it sounds
But I
like
think
you
that it-
always have the authority to raise it at a public meeting.
Everything and anything here we can raise, but I think we also have to be careful and this SOP is a great example. We have to be careful that us as commissioners what is our role? Is our role gonna now go through every single SOP and manage this place, or are we regulators and policy?
And I
makers, you
don't
know?
think that's what.
No,
we're
I know,
doing.
but I'm saying I gotta be careful because I feel like we're almost kind of in that line. So I'm putting it out there.
How do what is our mechanism to effectuate change if 3 or 5 of us think an
One
SOP
SOP.
needs to be, how do commissioners effectuate change in SOP?
I think it's executive director.
But if he says no and 3 or 5 say
But
yes,
it's a
then what's the
directive,
tension?
so
There's a
in-
tension
in
there.
Public meeting. Vote on the
I don't know,
directive.
can we? I'm asking.
I'm-
And I know we're playing a devil's advocate here, right? We're going like.
This is like
extreme.
worst case scenario.
No, but I think we have to take up worst case scenario because it's worst case scenario that gets everybody shooting.
Well, and everything will sort of fall in place after, beyond that.
The worst
right?
case, yeah,
So-
yeah. So I'm sorry I'm bringing up the worst case scenario. but I
No,
feel
don't,
like we
because
have
last
to
week
iron
we
it
brought
out.
another worst case scenario.
Yeah, I don't
too,
mean
so
to, I'm not trying to be like,
Yeah.
naysayer.
No, no.
So this, like, God's honest reaction to some of this is, and I don't know if I'm right, I'm kind of sharing how I'm experiencing it a little bit. It's starting to, we're deviating from what I think true governance is. Now we are granular here.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
are, and I'm interpreting it, again, give me some space to interpret this way, I hope, is it's getting a little micromanaging. What I'm feeling is basically agree with me or it's on the agenda. So there's not a lot of space, and that's just kind of a reaction I'm having, so I mean, I want to hear you,
Yeah,
but I just hope that somewhere in between is where I'm sure we are, but I'm over here on this one, just as what is the authority, and I think the governance document should be, this is
how
where
about we give
authority
you, all
lies.
right, how about we give you more authority and say that before,
Please don't.
no, an edict comes out, that you need to sign off on it if it impacts us. Because there were clearly been a couple of instances that they've come out and that's impacting people, us, but I feel like it should come from you.
But I wonder, and this kind of gets back to the chair's point earlier in our day of what belongs in the governance document versus what belongs in perhaps other things. And like, cause I don't know. Like again, this is sort of like feeding into worst case scenario is
Yeah,
commissioners in this document also say that they're gonna agree to the handbook. But then I hear, well, the handbook shouldn't apply to us, or that we should have a different, maybe we modify the handbook. Right, like I think that's where some of the employee mechanism stuff should apply, not in a governance charter. So that's where I'm trying to
separate them.
put us in and I hate to use the example, but like, are we talking like a city council, city manager, school
Mhm.
committee superintendent now?
Mhm.
Or are we talking like we're building SOPs? And I just want to put us in the right space. However, not ignoring the sentiment though, because what I'm not doing is dismissing a concern whatsoever. And it is a quote, and I don't, it's not a dismissive, I don't care. It's like, of all the things that I care about on a daily basis, the mileage is not one of those things. Like, that's not an edict for me. Point blank,
Yeah,
I don't have.
exactly. We got that edict. So how do you
But
balance?
I think what
How do we
Commissioner
pass-
Margot is
how do we-
doing is
how do we-
exactly.
How do we make sure we're doing it through the process, which is why
Right.
we're having a conversation with our team?
Yep.
And then how do then we make sure that we put it as a policy and understand it, and it's in all these places it needs to be? So if anybody wants to expense their miles, they have an information, it's either yay or nay here, so.
And just to clarify the sentiment too, is I do think the handbook should apply to everybody, right? But I think in there should be carve outs for the role of a commissioner.
Okay.
So for instance,
I think we need to look at the handbook.
I'm all ears. I think,
She's gotta bring
Yes,
us-
I
But I-
understand, no, because we're gonna get to that section. I just don't want to start a conversation about how the handbook needs to change. So let me,
As it pertains to this.
this specific area though, what I'd like to find, and I don't know if this is a question perhaps for you, Susan, is do we feel like this granularity on SOPs achieves the spirit of, is this governance?
Good governance.
Is this good governance?
So let's just see where we are. Commission standard operating procedures delineate commission processes on a range of functions and processes and are ultimately approved by the executive director. And I don't have this language exactly, but the chair ascertains from the commissioners,
Individual commissioner.
from
care
individual
about all the
commissioners, their priority SOPs annually. And the chair and executive director,
In consensus. Yes, consensus.
how about just agree on the priority issues for the year? Okay, does that do enough? Commissioner Roy, you
Just a quick edit.
Yeah.
We're talking about delineate commission processes on a range of function, but then we say in processes again. I don't think I need the. in
okay, so you don't need that, okay.
Can you read?
Oh,
it,
you're right,
Susan?
you're right. Okay, commission SOPs delineate commission processes on a range of functions and are ultimately approved by the executive director. The chair will annually ascertain from individual commissioners their priority SOPs. The chair and executive director will agree on priority SOPs. Commissioners will provide input to and feedback on priority SOPs. A project charter may be used for SOP creation. You good with that?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Is everyone
Sean, you good with that?
All right, so
Sean,
Sure, any
Yeah.
business you wanna?
No hesitation. I think I want to think about how it practically applies. Because priority SOPs could be for creation or review.
honestly, I don't even know the list of the SOPs.
The SOP.
there's an SOP.
We have
I know.
an SOP.
Oh, no, I know it's there. I'm just saying, I haven't sat there.
Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah, no,
Like everything library.
I think to your point, like, we, at a high level, you're the ED, there's an ED role in this agency, you gotta figure this out practical as well, because we're stuck in this, we're going too granular a little bit, but I think if we come back and balance it, I think it'll be helpful, practical, that we're not screwing shit up either, that you guys are trying to do, but that you guys understand what we're trying to do as well as commissioners.
Yeah, no, I think what I envision the conversation would be on a daily basis is, do we have an SOP on that? Yes or no? If the answer is no, we should add one. Now we have a priority. If the answer is yes, we should review it. Now we have a priority. So
All
And
right,
Jerry, you can
so
take
this
it
came
when
up,
SOPs and look
this
at the
came up
situations you
as we were
can-
looking at commissioner roles and responsibilities, because you had a concern on which one?
Yeah.
Which, on page 3?
Oh, back to 3.
we're back
Yeah,
to
but
three.
going backwards.
No, no,
Yeah.
we didn't make enough progress for the next time.
But I think that a lot of these are very thorny, and I think these are good, important conversations, because I'll tell you, if we don't have these conversations, this document is useless.
All right, I'm just gonna ask a question. So now we've dealt with that question. I'm gonna see if there's tentative agreement on A through C.
We're on page 9 or?
We're going back to page 2, because I want to identify where the tentative agreements are. So on 1A, Romanet 3, we deleted from the executive director, we deleted the executive director's direct reports and leadership. We added in,
Commission staff.
commission staff is still there, we just didn't take that out. We added in, after roles and responsibilities, is this a separate one? Respect their obligation as public officials.
Where, you know?
Oh, this is based on your earlier.
Yeah, but
I'm
she's
just trying
saying
to
it. but I don't know
figure
where
out where we put that. So I think it was work with the executive director and commission staff to fulfill commissioner roles and responsibilities. And
We make it a new 5.
no, I think we added it, and respect their obligation as public officials to the Commonwealth, citizens, taxpayers, and residents and stakeholders in the cannabis industry. I think we added that
It's
after
added on the 3, right?
3.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're defining staff as commission staff, or I just worry if we're farther down the line in this document, then we create different.
yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna have to fix that. Okay, so, and C stayed the same. Any dissent from reaching tentative agreement on A, B, and C with those changes?
I have not.
So just to, I understand Eva, and I agree with her, so the best nomenclature
Right.
is
We're gonna
commission
have to-
staff throughout this document.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to, where we use leadership, we're
Yeah.
gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do there.
Okay.
Okay? I'm gonna skip D because we have an outstanding Romanet 2 there. On F, we changed the commissioners contribute but are not limited to their topic-specific expertise. And at G, on Romanet 1, we said share expertise, updates, and insight on the development of the industry with stakeholders and engage stakeholders
To learn.
to learn and understand the cannabis industry. Any dissent from achieving a tentative agreement on E through G?
Just to, so I'm clear on Romanet 2 under D. What's the wording on 2?
We're not, well,
Then
we
can't
didn't do it.
Then how do we, is
So
it
we're-
deleted, so
so-
we can't have an agreement? 'Cause
We're
that's-
not reaching tentative agreement on section D. That's gonna be the isolated piece that's still in play. Okay,
So E through G is what you're
E
saying.
through G. So D is still in play because we have to figure that out when we get to the section that it is referring to. Okay, but we did accept the enforcement actions,
So you,
including but not limited to.
and you changed from all aspects to understand the cannabis industry? Did you take out all aspects for a reason?
Where's all aspects?
G, Romanet 1? When you added the language to
I
learn.
I didn't have that to learn and understand all aspects of the cannabis industry.
Yeah, so that gives us freedom to,
Okay. Okay, so we're good on E through G. All right. I think what we're gonna need to do for now is just look at the text where the changes are, because we're not gonna get through the document, and I want to make sure we have the most important discussions today. And what I will probably do is schedule a call with each of you individually to get your feedback on what's already in black. So let's look at the commission chair. And there's one change on C at the top of page 4, sets the agenda for public meetings that occur in the normal course of commission activities. And that was, no, we had the word regular.
oh,
And people didn't like regular because there was also emergency, and so this was
So
the fix
normal.
for that occur in the normal course of commission activities. Any questions about that?
do we even need an adjective that occur in the course of commission activities? What's normal, what's,
Yeah, this was, I just still want to get my arms wrapped around normal, regular, what was, can you remind me what
why do
the,
we need that?
There
yeah,
was a circumstance, where those 3 commissioners would have agreed to meet
Oh,
absent your
yeah,
consent. So I think the normal course was intended, we had, the language that was included was regular, Susan's right. I think we've gotten hung up on regular, what is regular? That, because there could be an emergency meeting, and that's not regular, so I don't think you want to limit it to. So
right.
basically, this was, in any normal process, you set the agenda.
But do we want to delineate that 3 commissioners can set the agenda?
That's
Where you draw
Oh,
it.
yeah.
This is
Yeah.
in the
Okay,
roles and
fine,
responsibilities.
fine, okay,
Everyone okay with this?
yeah.
Okay. All right, in the commission treasurer, this was to add state finance law compliance. Remember, Christine handed out that comptroller's information about that. Any questions on that?
What does that mean? What does that require the treasurer to do?
It was more Christine's legal,
don't know if it's
I don't think it is.
here.
more Christine's, like, don't leave legal out. You know, you know, they include legal in the process and everything, and things. That was her big cry.
Yeah.
So she went down.
But what I'm saying, what does this say in terms of what the, and again, I don't know if I have the handout here, but
We
what,
don't have the hands.
I have a
I don't have it, but what does that actually, what duty does that place on the treasurer?
It's not in the packet because it was.
I think it's on the treasurer.
Well, no,
It is. It is.
Yeah.
This is the treasurer's roles and responsibilities.
It's really-
Because this is also where I'm starting to get a little bit like, this is, I think that we've beefed this up a lot, but we're also putting a lot on there. And ultimately, I don't think, I gave this example, I think, in talking to Sean, and I don't know if I raised this, previously in this conversation, but like, my dad was on the governor's council. And the governor's council on a weekly basis, votes on the weekly warrant, which is a tremendous power. And, and there is power here in the treasurer's position. But what I see I see the role of the treasurer as more the governor's council, which is there is a stopgap approval and oversight to make sure that we are, in essence, keeping an eye on what the staff is doing, that we're approving what the staff is doing. But I just want to make sure that we're not turning this into an assistant CFO.
I just want to say that it says develop an understanding of,
Okay.
that's all.
But what is it, but that's what I'm saying, is that what does that mean?
Read the document.
Mhm.
And
Let's come back to it if we need to.
But that's not a that was in reference, oh, you're saying read the document that's referenced here. I'm just,
Yeah.
So it is
say
like check.
state finance law compliance, though, that's very broad.
It is very.
And I just think it's almost, you know, there also could be an implied fiduciary responsibility there that I don't think is fair. Or appropriate. And so that's what I just want to be, I want to be a
Are
little
you
bit,
more comfortable taking it out?
well, I don't know how anybody else
Well,
feels. I just raise
The
it. for-
commission misses the filing deadline of some
Let's
sort,
just wait
are
to
you being
understand this
responsible as treasurer
That's
anyway?
right. That's what I mean.
Let's understand it better.
I think,
I
yeah,
would be okay with taking it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The way
would
you're
too.
reading it, develop an understanding of the financial reporting structures and procedures of the commission.
I think
Shame
that's
on the
enough.
commission if we're doing something that doesn't comply with.
Right.
I say take it out.
okay.
I just, in respect to Christine, because I know she probably went extra hard looking for this thing, I'm just saying, let's just pause for a second and come back. I want to ask the question that you're asking.
Mhm.
Like, what does this mean for the treasurer?
Because ultimately, I don't think what is intended here with the role of the treasurer based on statute is that this is not an alternative or a beefed up or a
Yeah.
part-time, whatever. To me, it's the governor's council.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
enough information
Yeah.
that you can check off, but
Yeah.
I worry about that.
No, as a city treasurer,
Yeah.
I'll use me as an example right now. Let me take on the responsibility of understanding this a lot better.
Yeah.
And then coming back, because Christine goes deep quickly. So let me just understand this and bring it back to you all so that what you're asking. Sharon, is
I
fair.
hope you understand.
No,
I'm
I'm
like,
all fair. And then what
Yeah.
Bruce is saying is fair too. All
Yeah.
of this, it's.
I mean, this is not the
obvious.
first place that I've said, I don't like a
All right,
roadmap. to
so
I have just a question.
So I just want to, Commissioner Camargo, will you
Yes, I'm gonna talk
talk
to,
with the general
I'm-
counsel and then you'll get back
I'm
to
getting
us about that?
information from her as we speak.
Okay, all right, so I'm just looking at the blue stuff right now, okay?
Can we just talk about D? Conjunction with the government affairs unit in the CFAO prepares the chair to testify before the Joint Ways and Means Committee in support of the commission budget. What does that mean?
If I can actually comment on this, and this is, I think, a conversation that we had earlier, and this is, my conversations with Sean, and I'm not sure that this is, I've had conversations with Sean about how the prior chair managed the kind of outreach to the legislature and regarding the budget. The executive director should be leading this process. The chair, as the statutory head of the commission, should be working with the executive director on this. I think that this needs to be led by you. And I think that I had asked this, again, this is before I sort of knew what I didn't know. But I think that D, I'm not as comfortable with that, and I'm not as comfortable with F because, and I think that we were unclear, we had talked about this previously, Commissioner Camargo, but I think that this has to be led by the executive director and by the government affairs staff in conjunction with the chair. And it's not that the treasurer isn't involved in this, but ultimately this has to be led by the executive director and the chair.
Some of this was
Yeah.
written before season, we added the stuff on
On the
page
treasurer.
16.
On which?
Page 16, where it talks about the budgeting, the budget process.
Yeah.
So on
Stripped
F,
out a lot of the
Taking
date stuff.
so if you look at, so first off, if you look at page 12, there's a suggestion to add annual operating budget as one of the commission-supported legislative outreach. And then as Commissioner Stebbins is saying, on 16, budget has changed, and it says,
Nothing.
the chair and the treasurer will work with the executive director in the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy for budget request.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with that than stripping. I mean, I want to make sure you're comfortable with that, Sean.
So should we,
So it doesn't take the treasurer out of it, but I
Right.
think that it puts in perspective how this process is led. Because this is also part of the problem. Too many voices going up to the legislature, you know, and it needs to be coordinated, but it needs to be, I think, led by the executive director.
It has been.
Yeah.
It has been.
Well,
so
Am I wrong?
Well, historically, no.
Historically,
Specific to testimony, no.
got you. Got you.
So is the proposal to delete DNF? Is it to change it so that it reads the same as 5? What puts it in the chart?
which
So
yeah.
5 is on page 16.
Page 19.
In
Page 5D. Right here.
page 16, if you look at number 5 under budgeting.
See, I think that this language on 16 is appropriate. It respects the special expertise of the treasurer. It keeps the chair, you know, involved in this process, and it allows the executive director to sort of be the top banana
Mhm.
making that happen. I don't know, banana.
So as a role for the treasurer, we would say, works with the chair and the executive director and Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach.
But I think I would prefer, and again, my opinion, that we strip out D, we strip out F, and this additional language here on number 5 on page 16 sort of incorporates that, but I think maintains the proper balance, which I think keeps it with executive.
How do others feel about
Can
that?
you give us a little minute to read it? Because a lot of
Yeah.
it, 3 pages.
So we're saying, can I ask a question? I don't want to throw anyone off. D on 5. Instead of preparing the chair to testify, what we're talking about is the executive director testifying. Is that the goal, is for him to testify or whoever?
What the practice apparently has been is that the chair and the executive director sort of lead the budget testimony and outreach. I believe that we need to determine how we coordinate individual commissioners going in, and maybe 16.5 doesn't properly include other commissioners, so we may want to you know, a legislative outreach strategy, you know, including all commissioners or something like that. But I'll be, you know, so the bottom line is,
Yeah, what do you think?
Sean had shared frustration with me,
Well,
okay, about the previous chair. That
I could do it. I could.
You
share
do it.
Yeah, I became window dressing. I would sit,
Sure, we know.
no, but formally, I would
Yeah.
go to the testimony and
formally I look like drapes.
I would dress accordingly. But I would go and my contributions were to sit there.
That's a big personality. That was a personality, control, ego, issue, power all the time.
What this document
Yeah.
is power,
Ev-
right?
Yeah.
I think that's what this is saying, is that
And you're referencing, speaking before Ways and Means, are you talking about that the big budget? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm
yeah,
understanding that.
the hearings that they
So
conduct.
we're making sure that this document, we've talked about this before, it doesn't allow for personality traits. Right?
It
So I think
should
this is
be
what happens,
agnostic
it's
to
what
that.
happens a lot, right? We all have personalities where some of us are dominant, some of us are not, some of us have ego, want power, and want to be in front of everybody's face. So, I mean, the reality is, I know your frustration, and I know where you're coming from, Shannon, it's that, you know, even for the treasurer's role, this treasurer's role has done a lot more than any treasurer in the last 5 years, right? We beefed it up, but I wanted to make sure also for the treasurer's role, not myself, but that we are part of the process and that we are.
But I think that's what we accomplished. And again,
Yeah.
one of the concerns that I had is when you sent out the letter saying, I want to start managing this process, I'm saying that's not appropriate for the treasurer to be doing. And I think that
What letter?
you sent out an email talking about, we need to start talking to the people in the budget, we need to start the legislative outreach, and It is.
No. First of all, it wasn't a letter, it was an email. Yeah. But no, I wanted to make sure, because
An
the letter
electronic-
sounds like
an
they
elec-
sent it to the State
An
House.
electronic letter.
Yeah, but that was you, me, the treasurer and Matt, because I wanted to make sure that you start knowing this
Right.
process and us having the conversation in
Right.
preparation. So it wasn't me trying to overstep Sean or you. I hope you guys know that. It was because you wanted to start coming into the treasurer's meetings. So I said that this is a great time for you to
Yeah.
come in.
Yeah.
So that we can start learning and having conversation and preparation for that. Also because stuff moves really fast here.
Yeah.
And then
Mhm.
you get excluded.
No, but I mean, a couple of months ago, I wanted to be included in these meetings and I haven't been
Yeah.
included, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
again, I'm not complaining
No,
about
I
2
know.
months ago not being
I know, but I
included.
also don't want to make it sound like I noticed the treasurer started
I
a
just want there to,
conversation.
I just want there to be clarity
Yeah.
that again, and you received feedback from the
Mhm.
staff saying, we're done talking, we're doing this. So
Right, because I didn't know you guys
Yeah.
had started having
I
conversations.
hadn't, but again, I had asked a couple of months ago to be
Yeah.
included in those meetings. I hadn't been included until last week. And, you know, I'm feeling a little ill-prepared at this
Yeah,
point in
yeah.
time, which is why I initially, again, I learning, understanding, you know, I actually asked for that preparation
Yeah.
2 months ago and then asked 2 months ago to be included in the meetings
You're saying for the preparation of the, one of the states?
for the budget.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So Nerissa,
But-
can I just ask you directly, there's a proposal to remove D and F.
Yeah.
On the roles and responsibilities of the treasurer. And it's kind of replaced, or those issues are dealt with at page 16, number 5.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
I mean, I think, I want to hear from Sean too, because I feel like you've gone through this process more than us. And I, as the treasurer, you know, last year said, don't exclude me, right? Let's be part of the, I was a little excluded. And I said, let's make sure that the treasurer's role is part of it in those conversations before we're going to the State House. But obviously, to me, I'm completely in agreement with it needs to be the chair's role and the executive director's role. And the chair needs to play a role in it as well as the executive director. And the treasurer needs to be in collaboration, part of the conversation, or anything else. For me, I was getting ahead because I know how things happen in this place, and I wanted to make sure that you were being pulled into that conversation now. So
Again,
So
I'm,
let's just hear from
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah, hear from
Sean,
Sean, but I think
what are
make
your
sure that's
thoughts about
clear.
that?
I think the most important thing is that the language is consistent. I think you could have the language in 2 places as long as it's the same.
yeah,
But I think the budgeting process is important for all commissioners.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
so I think that's what we're missing on page 16.
So I had, so 2 things I hear. One is that after legislative outreach, it would read, the chair and the treasurer will work with the executive director and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy in consultation with the commissioners for a budget request. And then the second piece is.
Can I don't know if it's consultation, because I think we need to make sure that we're using the sort of, you know, I think that this was one of the things that you had been concerned about, because you also were concerned about the commissioner kind of going off, right?
Mhm.
And, you know, you were told by some of the legislators, don't let them come back in. And so this is also
So
why.
what should it be?
Well, I know if it's consultation, but I think that we need to come up with a strategy
Yeah, sure.
about, you know, how we're doing this, because I will tell
Is
you.
that an SOP? I mean, like, what's the
No.
level of
No.
detail?
No.
Okay.
It's a chair and ED
Yeah.
in consultation with government affairs and the treasurer.
Yeah. But it's also, we need to figure out how we work with all of the commissioners to go in, like, maybe we want, you know, one commissioner to talk about, you know, equity. I don't know, but I'm, what,
Yeah, this is, I think collaboration is probably
Okay.
the more operative
Yeah.
word.
Yeah.
But I think the reason being is, and I don't know if you want to, I don't want to overly prescribe this, because I think the strategy is going to evolve based on who's occupying respective seats,
Yeah,
who's in the
right,
legislature.
Yeah.
But this is where, and part of the, I'm recalling some of the collisions that happened that led to some of the language
Yeah,
in
yeah.
here throughout, which is, I think one of the issues, and I'm not mistaken, I could be, is the chair and I were prepared to go in to talk to maybe the House Chair of Ways and Means.
Yeah,
I think Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Camargo, you might have been in it the day before,
yeah.
talking about social consumption, it was not social equity funding.
That's how the legislative outreach strategy
And
came in
so
my head because of
what the
that.
reason that collaboration is important is that
but I don't want.
now we might use both of those meetings. We might make 2 meetings, 1 meeting, or,
Yeah.
And so I think that's where I agree with Commissioner Concepcion's reaction that it probably isn't an SOP because it is really, it's strategy.
Yes.
And I don't think you can SOP strategy.
Even the coordination, like, I don't know if Mac kind of
And that was incredibly frustrating.
figured it out,
Really
that
what the
strategy.
genesis of a lot of that work.
Yeah.
All right, so
But
we
it-
put in
But you do
collaboration.
cover some of this going back and read through
Yeah.
12, which is the legislative average, right? You look at
Right.
Yes.
Right.
5.
Can I just say this too? I also invite other people to, I'm sitting in the treasurer's seat right now, but I'm not the forever treasurer, right? This is for, so I welcome people's thoughts on this portion of it as well, because we've recreated this treasurer's role. It was a nothing burger that Commissioner Roy says. So last year, I think we went through the process, we added more. But if anybody's sitting in this role as a secretary's role, we need to make sure that we understand what the role is when it comes to that stuff, right? Because then later on, you don't want to be the sitting commissioner and treasurer, or sitting commissioner and secretary, and not understand state finance situations.
So I think we've got the fix. I think it's
Well, I
that
don't-
we add,
I wanted to add a couple of thoughts there.
let me just make this proposal and see if it works and then. So it's to add in collaboration with the commissioners for a budget request. And then to replace DNF with number 5, but oriented as a role of the treasurer. So to just repeat that language, but through the viewfinder of the treasurer. Does that work?
I don't know how, I don't really understand it.
You're not following, okay. All right, so 5 would read, the chair and the treasurer will work with the executive director and
5 on page 16.
5 on page 16, thank you, sorry about that. The chair and the treasurer will work with the executive director and the Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative outreach strategy, adding in collaboration with the commissioners
All commissioners.
for a budget request.
Mhm.
And then take that and just flip the language, so it's in terms of what the treasurer's role is in that sentence to replace DNF, so that it's consistent. And I can't do that offline, I'll just. do
Yeah.
that.
So
just
I I think it needs to be reworded that the chair and executive director will work collaboratively with the treasurer, or the treasurer will work. I think you need to put the chair and the executive director
First.
together. So this is saying that Shannon and Reese go to Sean, where really Sean and the chair are like, for this role, are equal footing. And
Yeah.
so the flow of information should go to Sean and the chair the same way, like the same. Does that make sense?
So what's is it with support from the treasurer?
Yeah,
Just in collaboration, I think it's there.
so,
Where you say the executive director and the chair will work with the treasurer, Department of Government Affairs and Policy to prepare a legislative
Yes,
outreach
that-
strategy
that makes
in,
better sense.
in collaboration with all commissioners.
Yes,
Okay.
I think that makes flows better.
But it also then includes everybody, but also it helps us hopefully get around some of the
Because you guys are the two.
allowing people to have access to the legislature, to be able to bring their priorities. Because sometimes we're bringing priorities that are not commission priorities, right? So, and this is what I want to make sure that if we're out talking to the legislature, that we have some sort of, I know what you're doing, but we're not muzzling anybody, that's my word, but we're not muzzling anybody, but we're also making sure that the priority of the commission as established by the 5 commissioners is the priority. Other things that people want to work on, other things that you want to, I think we need to know what that strategy is, but the budget is.
Commissioner Concepcion, did you have something that you wanted to add?
No.
You're all set.
Now I'm all
Okay,
set.
all right.
Sorry.
I just have a question. To steal a phrase, do we need to, say there's 2 top bananas? Or,
No.
No.
no, we don't need the
no,
2 top
no, I
bananas.
don't.
Okay,
Can I add a banana though?
please.
Do we add the CFAO here?
Please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So the chair and
I
the
still thought it was
executive
in
director will work
Not
with
as a
the
language.
treasurer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
CFAO, And the Department of Government Affairs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think nothing but the CFAO role here is bigger than the treasurer's role.
Can I ask though, Sean, does this answer or rectify that concern you had?
No.
It doesn't. That's what I'm.
No, that just becomes, that's personality. That's all it
Shannon,
is.
don't try to
I,
take over the
I
meeting.
don't know if it was,
No,
hold on, I don't know if it was last year, it might have been last year, or the year before, I actually went so far as to not go,
Really?
almost in protest. Actually, it was protest.
Really?
If I'm gonna sit there, I wasted an entire day sitting in an auditorium. Because also sequentially, we go after I think it was the Mass Cultural Council, and it was like the Women's Political Caucus.
oh, I can imagine, that was
And
exciting.
then,
to sit through.
So the room was empty. Then we get up there and the former chair offered testimony, he answered all the questions, and then said, oh, by the way, this is our executive director. And I'm good. I'm good.
Right. Okay. All
And
right,
also,
I'm gonna-
I would
I'm
also
gonna- I'm
imagine
gonna
not
move
as
us on.
effective.
We've just got so much to do.
Yeah, no, I know.
That I'm gonna need to, push us through a little bit. So I'm gonna ask you to turn to page 6. At the very top, ensure compliance with all required commission training.
I do
the
have an
secretary?
issue with that.
Okay,
So, like, if you look at the treasurer's role, like, this
What
is,
number, Kim? What number? I'm sorry, what are you
so we're
top
about
of page 6. Yeah.
yeah.
talking about?
So everything under the treasurer's like it coordinates or reviews, and now this makes it sound like I have to ensure compliance, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
So
Promotes,
For-
promotes.
promotes compliance, but I'd also like to flip the sentence in consultation with the executive director, chair, general counsel, and chief people officer promotes compliance. I want them first, whoever the secretary
Okay.
is second, last, and then I don't want to be responsible for ensuring this. No.
Okay.
Not you, it's the role.
At me serving in this capacity and anybody that
All
follows.
right. Is everybody okay with that change? With that change? Okay, let's keep going.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was quick.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm at
I also
number
wanna be
5, I am at number 5J, either directly or through a designee and in accordance with the law. Just to remind you.
Who's gonna disagree with?
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, no, I want it in disobeyance of the law.
Why does that need to be said?
That was just a piece of feedback. Do people think that should come out?
Sound like a lawyer wrote that, Christine.
The whole governance document is in compliance. with the
Yeah.
law.
I would move to strike.
Anyone have a problem with that?
Very-
Second?
Okay.
All those in favor? Okay.
All right, let's look at 5, Romanet 5 under J, hires outside counsel as needed.
They're not a vendor.
I don't necessarily have a problem with this as much. I don't have a problem with this as much.
You want to just hold outside counsel, add it to 4,
Mm.
suppliers, vendors, and outside counsel as needed in accordance with the.
Can I tell you why I differentiate here? Because I do think that this is not, it's a vendor, but it's not a regular vendor. It's a vendor that we use often in an emergency situation, in an untenable situation, in a highly sensitive situation. So that's where I agree with you striking the other one, but I see why this is delineated here.
But Commissioner Stebbins, you're saying include that.
In
outside-
in 4.
Yeah. Like calling it out, you're saying.
I don't have a problem calling it out because I think that bringing in outside counsel has a different, it's not like computers. It's, you know what I mean? We're literally, we're expanding our HR department by bringing in outside employment counsel. You know what I mean? It feels like it's slightly different to me.
Yeah.
And I just want your reaction.
Yeah.
Again, I'm agnostic, but I will tell you why I'm not.
Yeah, that's fair, because under certain circumstances, yes, I mean, we may hire outside counsel if we need expertise in litigation. We may hire outside counsel, we hire outside counsel for a pay equity study, to confirm our compliance with the statute, the Equal Pay Act.
But
So-
outside counsel will also be doing things that have impact on policy, that have impact on operations.
Negotiation.
Right, and so I feel like this is different than a computer. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I don't have a,
Prefer that it be its own.
I will defer to the commissioners, but I don't have a problem, and that's why I don't. That's why I think that it's a little different.
May I add to
Sure,
that,
please.
if you want it delineated in its own Romanet, as it is, because it's an extenuating circumstance, right? So do we need to add like Susan's role is a mediation, or is she just, is she,
I'm a vendor.
she's a vendor?
She's a vendor.
You're a vendor.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to.
I just think that the impact of outside counsel could be different.
Commissioner Stebbins, are you okay with?
Do you have an
reading
issue with that?
it?
And again, I will recede on that, but I can just see why that's slightly different.
All right.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Let's move to page 7, R. And as you look at
If
R,
I could just clarify one thing, outside counsel, vendors, you have certain requirements, under, what am I saying? Procurement. I assume that outside counsel, you may or may not have to follow that. It feels like outside counsel, in some instances, you may be able to go around procurement laws.
Depending on the circumstances.
But that's what I mean,
There might
right?
also be SDO, like statewide contract as
Mhm.
well. So we
Okay.
have the ability to put out a specific task or charge,
Mhm.
but we have the ability to direct contract.
Okay, but that's where I also think that sometimes in an emergency, you may be able to get around
Yeah,
some
And in
lists.
some
And with
instances,
computers
Well,
and
it's more
what you
reason
expect.
to leave it-
Well,
leave it as
that's
it's
why
going.
I
think that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
in some instances,
but I want to understand it.
clarify that point, there's also an approved list of the AG's office.
Yeah.
Right, that you have to work with it.
Right.
I have a question. Sean, during the Valley crisis.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to like fast forward, there's another like public health emergency. Do you have enough leeway? Was there anything during the Valley that you had to execute that is not here, or your hands are?
Yeah, are there
tied?
any implied powers that he needs? to-
That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure he has what he needs in case there's another Valley or whatever. Which was the vape cartridge, the long.
What is it? Oh, I don't know.
Right, so he had to, I just want to make sure he's got what he needs in
Yeah.
case something ever happened like that.
Could we ask you, and not now, so we can move, could you sort of give some thought to any other emergency powers you may want to enunciate here? I think that's a good point.
What I'll do though is, I think there's two lenses to look through. One is governance, the other is going to be regulation.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
And I don't know
I
if
just want
anybody
to make
else
sure you
has
have what
any
you need.
kinda-
Yep.
Oh, okay, thank you, all right.
Yeah, regs might be
Okay.
more appropriate.
But that may still be referenced here. Okay, all right. But again, you need, do you agree with that? You guys agree with
I
that?
reference is part of that.
Which one?
Enforcing regulations. Yep.
Okay,
Well, actually, here's what we should talk, like through leadership and appropriate staff is that, and I, sorry, Susan.
Right, no,
I'm
no,
deviating
that's
from
right.
Your blue colors.
No, but we changed leadership. So what should that say where we're using the term leadership if we're not gonna use that?
Just appropriate staff, just get rid of.
I think that's right. And the same is true for B, directs, manages, and coordinates all work with the staff.
Like, you need to determine what's like, in other words, like regs, you pulled Mercedes to do regs. She's not technically in leadership, but she's the appropriate staff, right? So you need to have that latitude to be able to.
and you got a little whack back on that too, so.
Yeah, but that can't be something that's.
Okay,
Isn't it governance
so we'll
that
make
term?
that change.
Mhm.
Can I ask you to look at R, and at the same time as you look at R, can you look at, it's actually
Which page are you on, right?
On 7.
So 7R, on page 7R, the blue, and then on page 10, number 11, which is, has strike through on it, but those two are a similar question. And so the question is really about litigation, informing commissioners about litigation, pending or potential, threatened or pending litigation. So if you can look at those two, the R is coordinate. This is, the R, remember, is a role of the executive director. And 11 is in interactions. So it's for a statement of what should be done.
Page 10.
Page 10, number 11, which is at the very bottom, and it's strike through, and you can still read it.
Why did we strike 11 on page 10?
So, I think that was the sense of the group.
I can't remember.
I don't remember exactly why, but it comes back as another
That was
question.
from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Hmm.
think so. I think that was from staff, maybe?
I don't remember. So it's there because it's there for further discussion.
Okay.
So
So how do we more neatly package both your ability to coordinate litigation, but also inform commissioners of threatened litigation? Because I think one of the issues that, you know, again, it's the preserving our abilities as independent adjudicators, but also, you know, and this is one of the rubs that we'll get to later, but at what point in time do we know things that staff know that you're trying to protect us? But
That's right.
so.
So I think there's a number, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this,
Mhm.
because not mostly for one, setting my own expectations as to when, what, how, et cetera. Litigation is going to come up in a myriad of contexts. One is going to be, we get sued. So we get served, you know, immediately, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Commissioners, heads up, this happened.
Mhm.
And I think we even probably go so far as to convene a special meeting of the commission, go into executive session and discuss that litigation.
Do we need to say that here?
I don't think you have to, because I think it's but I would defer to you, frankly.
For what?
So that's one example of we get sued, we get served, that now commences a litigation. In there, obviously Christine and I are going to talk, we're going to find out what's the subject of litigation. We should probably have we shouldn't be shocked if we get sued. We should probably know that there's been enough dialogue. But let's say, for instance, our enforcement counsel team is meeting with a licensee and their counsel says, either you do what we're asking here or we're going to have to sue you. Now there's a threat of litigation. Do I call each of you and say, hey, Commissioner, because also what I'm teasing out is we're in the middle of an enforcement proposal. Now you're going to sit as judge potentially as to that, but in our negotiations, they threaten to sue us. How much do I reveal to you? There's an awkwardness to that.
Yeah.
There's also litigation where we may proactively choose to initiate litigation. There, I would argue, and this is actually counter to how it's worked historically, but I would argue you need to be briefed. I would actually, if we're going to initiate something, I think I need your permission to do that, in my opinion. I don't think I can just file something on behalf of this agency and posture the agency in a court that says we would like this. But I think, again, that's where there's a meeting, executive session discussing litigation strategy.
I feel like there's always an exception. So that I just am cautious about us not being informed on threatening litigation that's significant. So that is where
There's that threshold.
you're right.
So what if we just said, instead of as needed, as appropriate, coordinates and or consults? Because we're not always gonna coordinate on how you, we're not gonna say like, you have to hire this law firm. Right? That's your discretion, but sometimes you just consult with us and we're not coordinating the.
I like the consultation because I think that gives you the space to offer. And I think you should. So I think coordinates, well, I think consultation is important.
Yeah.
But I think to Commissioner
appropriate.
Concepcion's point too, I don't know what that threshold is.
As
And
appropriate.
you brought up Valley, this is a good example.
Yeah.
I quarantined about $60+ million worth of product. That was a daily basis. I was getting threats of litigation. Release my inventory, I'm going to sue you.
Mhm.
If after each phone call that I hung up, I'm walking around saying, Commissioner, threaten to sue us again.
Right.
But that was a very timid, tense, I don't know what to do about this. But I consulted with commissioners
Yeah.
and said, what do you want me to do here? I can't tell you that these products are safe, but do you want me to release them?
Right.
And we had a discussion about that, but it was through a
But
consultation.
that almost feels like a very high level policy discussion because it was, no, but my point is there was no policy there. And so, or regulation there. And so it feels like something like that is appropriate, what you did. And how do we memorialize that? Do we memorialize that? Because I think what you did was the right thing, but how do we put that in here? How do you?
So is that, as Commissioner Roy
Yeah.
suggested, as
As
appropriate?
appropriate.
And what I think is it consults with commissioners
Coordinate
rather
and
than?
or, because sometimes will there be an instance where we coordinate with you, Sean?
If we are sued, I think that's the.
So we can't
executive
strike
session.
that. So,
No.
so coordinate and or consult.
And I would also, in addition to the seeking representation and managing litigation, I would say managing litigation strategy. So for instance, settling a case, if we get sued and there's a decision to settle the case,
Right.
that's your decision, not mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think respecting that, there's also circumstances where the Attorney General's office may choose to not represent us. And there might be a number of reasons as to why they might not. We don't think this case has merit.
Right.
We don't think that there's a Commonwealth interest in this case. We may disagree, but the Attorney General has the choice to represent us or not.
Right.
But also, they could say, we don't have bandwidth. We just say we don't have the bandwidth. That then empowers us to, Christine is assigned as a special assistant Attorney General.
Right.
That happens.
Law firms, our outside counsel is SAG, so the acronym is SAG.
Mhm.
So we have other options at that point.
And who's our law firm again?
For employment counsel, it's Morgan Brown. So.
So let me just read that. So it would be as appropriate, coordinates and or consults with the commissioners and general counsel on working with the Office of the Attorney General to seek representation and manage litigation strategy involving the commission.
I know who the good lawyer was.
I
love that you're whispering, first of all.
I said, I know who the good lawyer is.
Well, anyway, I've already heard from our top attorney. Excuse me.
Hello, this is self-identification is not in that cohort.
I want
I
to
respect
avoid using specific examples, but I might have to use it.
Please do.
Please.
So I'm thinking about the Nage situation that we had, and that wasn't a lawsuit, but it was significant and it could have resulted in litigation against the commission. And I want to make sure that that sort of situation is covered here. And I don't necessarily believe that we have that covered. I know that was a unique thing, but it's plausible that that could come up again because, you know, we
There
didn't
was
cover it.
just before it becomes a case.
And how do you determine? So
Is
that's the
that-
threshold.
Is that the threatened litigation? on
That
the
is,
other
that
page?
would,
So
I feel like that,
can we
might be
look at
covered on
that?
that.
And if maybe we have both, then let's look again at number 11.
How often do we get threatened with litigation? I'm not trying to be fresh here, but I'm really.
Honestly, I don't tell you, as far as, so I don't want to be flippant with an answer, but it could come up in any licensing conversation. Like,
Right.
do this now, I'm gonna have to sue you, or,
Yeah.
and I don't want to dismiss anyone that says that. And in fact, so oftentimes, if someone were to say it to me, my answer to them is, well, then this is a different conversation now. You just threatened litigation.
so Sean, how do you categorize? Because these are, you know, really completely different sort of circumstances. And that's what I'm having trouble with is how do we categorize, you know, a union or something to that degree versus a disgruntled licensee that's a little bit frustrated because they're being investigated?
There's no good way, but I also don't know that you want to, because any threat could become actual litigation.
Yeah.
And I don't think you want to preclude
Valid.
yourself from knowing.
That's valid. Maybe it's just at the executive director's discretion. It's, you know, whoever the ED is.
So I'm just looking at 11 and it refers to an SOP. What, is there an SOP about that?
Not in this format. no.
I have so at that point, was it just hearsay or was there anything in writing that, at that juncture, was it just hearsay or was it,
You
did you?
talking about age?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
I don't think there was anything in writing that's right.
so when it's hearsay, because you probably get a lot of hearsay, like you said, maybe it doesn't rise to our level, but when it's,
But we needed to know that, even though it wasn't in writing, like, and Sean did tell us, but you know, that was something that we needed to be notified about, and it
That's
came up in some of our
word.
conversations.
I know
with
it.
state health.
I know.
So I don't want that to be the threshold, because otherwise
Say that
we
again, you
wouldn't
know
know
about
that
that at the state
Right.
house? Is that-
when we have.
And we had our
Yeah.
conversations with the state house.
Okay, so
So do you have thoughts about how to identify a threshold or?
I know.
But I think it's also,
Yeah,
no, I was gonna say the
mean,
ED
some,
rule.
some of this falls within. If we ever had to hire a new executive
That's what it
director,
is.
it
Mhm.
becomes that.
Yeah.
Questioning for us to say, what's your threshold,
Yeah.
talking about litigation, and again.
And that's where we read an SOP though. Yes?
I think the challenge with an SOP is it's just as subjective, as far as like, someone needs to, it needs to basically trigger somebody to say,
Right,
in my best judgment, they need to know.
right,
But
right.
it's like, I don't know how you articulate that with words. But it's like, someone needs to exercise good judgment.
I feel like maybe it's in the alternative or the, how do we determine when we don't need to know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it might almost be easier to find what those situations are and put that in a policy or something. I mean, I don't know.
The ED rule.
It's, we don't need to know when someone yells at somebody,
Right.
right?
Right now, you know what we need to know and we don't need to know.
That's not fair to you.
No, but that's what
Like
the
that,
reality.
there's like an almighty nature to that, but I don't like.
Yeah, but it's in reality right now. And that's
All
okay,
right,
that's okay.
let's break for lunch
You do have
and
that.
let's just settle in.
Subtle,
maybe,
that was
Susan's gonna bring us back and jump to another.
Yeah.
I gotta go over the. My God, cheeseburger, guys.
Shannon, I
All
sent
right,
you,
so it's 1:00. Let's be back at 1:30.
Okay.
I sent you a link.
We left off at R, which we changed to as appropriate, coordinates and or consults with the commissioners and general counsel on working with the Office of the Attorney General to seek representation and manage litigation strategy involving the commission. And Commissioner Concepcion, I think you had a doubt or something, a question that I'm wondering if the conversation
I think I
answered it or,
But it wasn't about R, and we were going back and forth between 10
okay,
and 7.
so,
And there's a question on 11 on page 10.
okay.
Because I understood us to try, we're trying to combine the two.
Well, we were just asking, do we need both? Do we need one?
And there's a component in 11 that's not accounted for in R, and that is to any threatened litigation, and then trying to figure out. I don't think we need to be notified of any threatened, but there are times when we do need to be
Right.
notified about something.
Okay, so let me just ask the question so I'm clear. So R is okay.
I think we can. What about as appropriate informs, because you wanted to be informed, coordinates, and or consults. And then in addition to manage litigation strategy, impending. Like, I want to get your thought about impending or threatened litigation.
So I just had another thought, which is to leave this as it is, as we've defined it in roles and responsibilities, and then
Okay.
work on having that other sentence. So that we have it in both
Can we
places,
add it?
because I think this sentence will just become so cumbersome if we try and get everything into it. And since we have it in two places, I'm wondering if we can leave R and then move on and get to 11 as we do in sequence of the document.
So, can I just, could we at some point put the word inform, because he might not need to coordinate with us, he might not need to consult our opinion, it might just be needing to inform us
So
that this is coming down the pike, or this is on the horizon. That there's no need to consult, there's nothing to coordinate at this point, or consult on this point, but we're just informing you, like,
informs, coordinates, and or consults.
yeah, it could be like way on the horizon, so there's no.
Okay, for you, Sean? Okay, all right, so let's move on, because I think we're good with that one. I want to get us to public meeting agenda setting. So this is the same change as we put there, so it's still okay?
Yep.
All right. All right, now we've got at number 4, there was a question of the presiding officer, and if you look in your set of documents,
He's here.
in the set of documents that you got, there's a memo from the, here we go, there's a memo from the GC. And the subject says governance consultant, commissioner called meetings and secretary treasurer responsibilities.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's the second to, third to last one?
I don't know.
What was the
where-
long title, Chair?
Yeah, just look at the one that says governance consultant in the subject.
Mine is Robert Rules written on that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's, because that's, she Xeroxed mine. Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So
okay,
that's
that's
the
what I
one
thought
that
it was.
says Robert,
Okay.
that's how
Yeah,
I
okay.
noted it for myself. So I think that the question that we had for this section is where it says 3 chairs to call a meeting. And I think the operative thing is, says here, 3 members of a commission may call a meeting. Their first order of business is for one person to be chosen to act as the presiding officer at the meeting. Under Robert's rules, the presiding officer can be referred to as the chair or chairperson. And this chair has the authority to commence the meeting by calling the meeting to order and to exercise authority otherwise exercised by statutorily identified chair. So I think what we said is let's call it a presiding officer to distinguish from the chair. And I think what her memo tells us is, yes, we can do that.
Yeah.
Right? So everyone,
What we discussed in the conversation, we were right. Okay.
okay, so everyone's good with that? All right, now let's get to a big one, which is interactions. So so now we've got the issue because we can't use the term leadership, or maybe we should put back leadership teams.
So where are we now?
So now we're at the bottom of page 8, because there's nothing on executive director goals.
Okay.
So
Oh, okay. Thank you.
here, what we did in the title of this section was we called it leadership because we had defined leadership as direct reports and department heads. But there is a leadership team, right? So under that scenario, someone said, take out the word team because we were just using leadership. So
How do you define leadership?
So I think it would be the direct reports, but here, based on the sentence, to me, it's the commissioner, executive director, and the entirety of the agency's staff. I think that you need to be inclusive of everybody here.
I agree with
Okay.
you.
So I don't think they can differentiate.
Just staff.
I think it's just staff.
Okay, perfect. Easy.
Better.
Anybody disagree? No, good.
So same thing in the first sentence then, and this was, there was a suggestion, I think by Commissioner Stebbins, to have a top level sentence. The commissioner's executive director and staff function as a collaborative unit to accomplish the mission of the commission. To that end, the following code of practice for interactions among them is established. What does that mean? Well, keep reading. What this originally said was the following code of practice is established. So it just is kind of saying you should be a collaborative unit.
Or a positive workplace.
What page? I just want to make sure you've got this.
We're at the bottom of
Okay,
page
no, we already left that.
Blue.
I'm so excited. I'm just gonna. The title.
So maybe take a look at it and see if you like that kind of overarching sentence. Or we can go through the whole thing. Maybe we go through the whole thing and then see if we want that sentence.
Okay.
Okay?
Does anyone have a problem with that sentence?
Which one?
This one we're talking about right here, at the bottom of page 8?
Oh, okay.
Just
so
wanted to
you're-
Yes, I
understand.
think-
No, I just wanted it.
All right.
We can
I
TA
needed
that.
clarification what it meant, that's all.
Okay. All right, so number 1. And so one of the points of this section that came out of the meeting last week was that the tone was very contentious. And in a section that talks about the interactions between the commissioners and staff and the executive director, it should be more positive than that. And so some of these changes are proposed in that tone.
So these are staff proposals.
No, some of these are my changes based on the
Oh, feedback,
conversation.
okay.
Okay, so the first one is to change the need to will. Commissioners respect the position of the executive director in managing the commission's administrative agency and will follow the supervisory chain of accountability. Everyone okay with that? Yep. Okay.
Unless you raise a hand, I'm like.
So number two, the executive director respects the commissioner's need for and let me just say this, there was a differentiation between contact with staff and staff resources. And so you'll see that, in fact, let me just read number 5 before, so that, because that will answer some questions. So 5 is added. This is my language with some help from Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioners and staff are encouraged to mutually engage with each other in accordance with the open meeting law and with respect for staff work priorities.
Congratulations. You did wonderful.
Do you like it?
I like it very much.
Okay, so that was the differentiation, like go out for coffee.
Mhm.
And so now we'll go back to number 2.
Susan,
Yes,
I have a question on one.
yes.
When you say will follow, who will follow? Is the commissioners or the ED or both?
I think it's the commissioners.
Commissioners respect the position of the executive director in managing the commission's administrative agency and will follow the supervisor chain of accountability.
So that was the idea. If you need something from someone, you go through their supervisor. As opposed to,
It's not that you can't, I think that it's not that you can't talk. There may be, and I want to just make sure I'm saying this right. I think that there may be an opportunity, maybe there's a particular staff person that may be lower down the food chain that you may want to consult, and I want to ask. But in terms of actually saying time, which is a resource, that must go from the top down. Is that how? That's how I read this, that I don't think we can talk, we can engage, and maybe we can even get opinions or insight from, but when it comes to, I want you to take this on, that has to go through the supervisory chain. Okay.
That, and the second thing is, what if Sean's not here and we get Oscar the Grouch as the executive? So,
But we do have Oscar.
We need an afternoon laugh.
so what I'm trying to say, Susan, is
Yes.
where staff is accountable to Sean and Sean is accountable to us, his appointing authority. Both will follow the supervisory chain of accountability.
but this section, remember, is interactions between commissioners.
But can I say, if
Executive,
Sean's
yeah.
not here, I still think you can go to.
As long as there's some language in here.
No, but I want to just clarify, because I'm not sure if I get your question. The supervisory chain, maybe you can't ask him, but the people who are responsible, basically, I see for the budget. Each, person who's a direct report to him, to me, it's the budget. It's the manpower, woman power expenditures. So I think, again, I direct everything through Sean, but maybe that'll change. But I think that it's appropriate that we can go to leadership unless you don't want us to. That's okay. So the supervisory chain, I think it really comes down to, it's when I want someone's time, or treasure is not the right word, but when something is going to be expended, if you're going to take someone's time to get work done for you, that has to follow the proper chain. Does that?
No,
Are
I
you
mean,
hearing
like,
that?
the horse cannabis is contaminated with salmonella. And the commissioners respect the position of the executive director to inform the staff, but like the executive director is accountable to tell us. And if it's somewhere else in this
No, but
document, then we don't,
that's not what this is about.
Then we don't need it
This
here.
is about, I want
a resource.
a staff person
Okay.
to do something.
Right,
for me,
research.
Right?
Okay.
And so all this says is that you go to, it will come up later, either the direct report or the department head, that that will allow those resources. to be
Okay, so
used.
that's-
That's,
okay.
that's the
Okay.
chain of command.
All right.
The bottom line is you can't go bottom up. You've got to go top down
That's right.
when you're trying to get resources.
Right,
To answer your question though, and if I understand it, the horse cannabis is, my responsibilities is alerts commissioners of urgent public health, safety. and welfare
yeah, so it's
incidents
somewhere
anytime.
else, exactly,
Yep.
yep.
But is that answer?
Because this was interactions, I was thinking, I was focusing on
A to
interactions.
B.
Yeah, I was focusing on that.
Does
So
that-
thank you very much,
does that
it does,
answer?
it does.
But I think you
Thank
can still, I mean, you may, call up someone and say, hey, I'm thinking about this, what do you think? But when it comes to, I now want a staff person to do something, that's where, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right, that
That's
makes
okay,
sense,
right.
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
other part, and I think
That wasn't.
Commissioner Concepcion's language, number 5, achieves this is, how was your weekend?
Mhm.
I don't think we want to create a document that discourages that interaction.
Right,
So I think that exactly, and then that's true for A to B commissioner too.
right,
You shouldn't be afraid to socialize.
And I'll just say, because this happened to me, I took a couple of investigators out of work. Apparently, they didn't do something that their supervisor told them and said, I'm meeting with the commissioner. And this, I don't think can be managed here. I think it has to be managed by,
It is a mutual.
yeah, no, but I mean, again, we were talking about, protecting workers. And we talked about the website. We talked about,
But did you go through their boss?
no. We were having a conversation in our board meeting talking about worker safety.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that Yuri Ellis had come up with what I thought was a brilliant idea, which is why don't we just put this into responsible vendor training?
Mhm.
Make whistleblower, make reporting, allow everyone who has to get those agent cards, that's part of their training.
from advanced.
Yeah,
to basic.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, when they went out with those 3 investigators.
Oh, no, but I'm saying this is like another instance
Oh, God.
where literally I said that, you might have said something about a website. Then what the kerfuffle was is, you said this in the meeting and everyone thought they had to do it right away. And I was saying, no, we're talking
Got it, got it.
to sort of cover our
Yeah,
tail
we'll talk about that.
politically. So anyway,
So basically, your response now would be, I wasn't asking for resources. I understand if I need resources, I need to go
Yeah.
through.
but I'm talking about, these are some issues that we as a commission, that as we go forward, when we look at new SOPs, when we look at new, directives for vendor training, that follows the regular chain. But just because we say it in a board meeting, you've got to make sure that your people understand that it's not a fire drill every time we say something.
Do you think
Let's-
that is accounted for here?
Well,
Do you
let's
think that
keep
that?
going, because I think that's
Okay,
just,
all right,
that's just
okay.
like I'm so familiar with this document, because I've
Sure,
read it
yeah,
1,000 times,
Sorry.
that
Like,
I know it's coming.
Okay.
Not yet, but I may be. All right, so number 2 says the executive director respects the commissioner's need for occasional staff resources and information, and will work with the chair to identify appropriate staff resources and information.
I'm sorry, I had a question about the first one, and that's what I was.
Okay.
getting
Sure.
ready.
That's
Do you
okay.
think when a staff member is reading this, they understand that their directions come from their supervisor?
This was their language, that the supervisory chain of accountability came from staff.
I think
But I
the
think I'm
understanding, I think the understanding has to come from culture, because at some point in time, you know what I mean? I mean, I didn't tell anybody to do anything, but all of a sudden, and that to me is culture.
Okay.
I don't know whether you
I
agree or
understand.
disagree with that.
That can be
Is-
captured here.
I don't think it can be captured.
I think, you
And
know,
if you think it can, all right, go ahead.
because the way I read it, a supervisor could say, no, you can't meet with the chair, you can't meet with Commissioner Roy. How, it is, so in other words, if a lunch meeting, whatever, you took them to lunch, could a supervisor, Sean, have said, no, you can't meet with the chair, you cannot go to lunch? I mean, granted, if they had to be in an
Today.
investigation,
Today.
Technically, yeah.
Today, yes. And by the way, I wish they had, because then I wouldn't have been the bad guy.
okay,
Because I wasn't trying to take anybody away. I just said, like a month before, hey, let's
me
get
get it.
lunch. No. They should be able to, in consult with him,
Yeah.
whatever, determine, today, we gotta get to Cummington. And you can't be having lunch in Worcester,
Yeah.
get to Cummington.
that's all I mean,
No,
never go to lunch with the chair.
no, that's what 5, I think, does.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, we good to talk about number 2?
Mhm.
All right,
Good.
You're good?
Just, actually, just to answer Commissioner Concepcion's question though, I think implementation is where that gets conveyed. I think we sit with our staff with this document and go through it and say, when this says this, this is what this means. I think that's my expectation. Is to read between the lines.
Everyone's good with 2?
Mhm.
Okay, for 4, we have to come up with something because we're referring to the direct reports and department heads.
I think this language.
Leave
stays.
that, that's okay?
None of the folks disagree. I think this is where org charts
Commissioners have.
matter. They're all, not the one you're looking for. That one I think is actually being called for.
Okay, thank you.
What are you looking for?
I had asked a while ago for not only an org chart, but I want titles, I want salaries, and I want pictures, because not who everybody is.
Wow.
So, you know, and then I was told that's public information. I'm like, okay, well,
You want to
All right.
write down?
yeah. I
Does
wanna- I
even
wanna
give
say
us
that.
direct access to staff? So follow the,
I know, but
And
I'm
I think
encouraging,
so you don't have direct access to staff
do not.
or resources, right?
Can we clarify,
good point.
does, just, yeah, are you saying
Yeah,
does
just now
4
4 and
contradict
5?
5?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they're,
For support?
But I think this is, so let's just think about what 5 is, because that was a big ask, I think, and it was for, or I'll ask you, what's different about this access to department heads and direct reports that's different from your casual interactions with staff?
I think it always comes down to resources. I always think it comes down to us telling someone what to do. And I don't know if anybody agrees with me on that, but to me, it's, you have to do something I say. Or want, or execute.
Can you do that? Can you tell?
Wait, can you guys go back? I don't understand what you're saying.
I see all of
You're talking
the
about number 5.
4,
number
we're on
4.
4.
Sorry, that's why. I was-
And I'd like to ask, because to me, I see the delineation. One is sort of culture, friendship, getting to know people, having our ear to the ground to hear things, as opposed to, I have a priority I want to achieve, and I don't get to unilaterally go over his head, go over the heads of direct reports. Do you see that the way I see it?
And I would, in resources, I would probably include in resources information as well. So, you know, what is the status of this? I think that is a question that should be reserved for the department head and direct reporter me.
Yeah.
Because what you risk otherwise
Yeah.
is misinformation, incomplete information.
Mhm.
And so that accountability chain
Yeah.
should be, those are the folks that should be equipped
Yeah,
with accuracy
Okay.
as well.
number 4 reads funny because
Yes.
technically we have to notify Sean to have direct access to Sean.
But that's why I think the access,
So that only modifies department heads.
but I
And
don't
that's
think
what it
access is
says.
the right word.
Yeah, I don't think direct access.
Well, bear in mind, this language existed prior to some of these additions too. So I
Right,
think
yeah.
we've been finessing it.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's definitely not perfect, that's for sure.
But can anybody offer a better word than access, or, you know what I mean?
Direct communication.
Or do we need 4 if, I'm not as well versed, but do we need 4 if we jump down to 6? Or combine 4 and 6?
Sounds like the information is important.
Request for staff resources or information made and approved by appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director. I mean, I don't like access. I feel like maybe it's resources and information.
I mean, we may not even need that whole thing. Commissioners have access, direct access to executive director, like, that's part of our job, like,
No, but I think 4, and I would defer to.
I would take it
Sean.
off. I would just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I,
Take, not the whole thing, but I would take off the beginning part of it and maybe incorporate the other piece of it. Like you're saying, to 6.
Yeah.
Or 5, whichever one.
Sean, do you have any thoughts on 4 and 6, how we can combine them so
I
it's
think
not?
merging is probably the way, so losing one of them, I think is probably.
Yeah.
Especially with the addition of 5, which I think captures the,
The concern, yeah.
that culture, like we're not standoffish or closed. But there's a difference. I think we spell out that difference and probably, I think 6 does it better. Because it gets to that, what are we looking, what is that direct access for in 4? What is the purpose of the direct access in number 4? It's basically spelled out by number 6, which is that resource. And I think the addition of information too. So that's I'm kind of leading into 6 as a.
I'm just trying to figure out it, because it could be commissioner requests for information and staff resources. Information is a provided, not approved, right? So commission, that's what makes it hard to put it all into one sentence. It may be better to just have 2, commissioner requests for information.
Or provided.
I'm having a hard time putting the 2 in, because staff resources requests will be made and approved.
The department heads are approving it, Sean's approving it.
It says by department heads in coordination with the executive director to ensure proper triage of requests.
The other thing is, we're not referencing the direct reports. If we eliminate 4, do we need to have a reference to direct reports in this section?
So some people said that some direct reports are department heads, and that was the confusion.
They all manage departments.
I'd almost want you to kind of wordsmith this a little bit with what you're comfortable with, and I don't know if anybody else is any, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think I can download the spirit of the discussion, right? Like, I think I get what we're trying to get at, but I don't want to go too far.
I can try something. I would add a second one, because otherwise the sentence gets too laden. So after 6, which is commissioner requests for staff resources, commissioner requests for information will be made to and provided by appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director. So the same sentence, but just for information and provided.
But how about this? If we're just looking for information, I always go through Sean, but if we're going to Yao, I don't directly go to Yao, everybody else does, but I go through Sean. Do I need Sean to be going through Yao, or can I talk to Yao directly without him having to coordinate with Sean? Does he have to coordinate?
Yeah, but Sean's already, you've already given us that free range to go to your leadership team.
So then maybe we've captured that someplace else.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's basically personal preference. You can come to me.
Yeah.
But you don't have to.
Yeah.
You can go to Yao.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, so I think that's the point I want to convey.
Yeah.
It's kind of dealer's choice. is to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
good. But actually, the reason I'm bringing up information is because it triggered a memory for me. I've read it somewhere else in documents. The next page is primarily around that investigation stuff. That's the
Right,
information.
right,
that we're
that's
gonna
the
stop
information.
seeking.
Right.
And so maybe there might be other information, so I don't want to take that for granted, but the majority of it's going to be the status of something.
Sean. So where 4 reads commissioners have direct access to executive director to protect you or help you, should you have a similar sentence that the executive director shall have direct access to the commissioners? And why I say that is commissioner after me doesn't like you. You got to go through Kate for everything. I don't ever want to talk to you. You got to work through Kate. You got to work through, like, you should have direct access to commissioners. You shouldn't have to jump through hoops so I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe it's overkill. I don't know, but I'm just thinking there could be a scenario where someone would say, well, I don't want to have direct access with Sean, but you.
This meeting.
So you, therefore, every communication, you need to go through Kate. You need to go through an EA. So I'm just saying, I don't know, I think Sean should have direct access to commissioners.
This, think 5, not mutual engagement. Spiritually covers that.
Maybe. All right, well, don't get mad at me when the commissioner says, I'm not talking to you.
I want to clarify, I thought we
Bigger
were,
problems.
I thought that we were deleting 4. Is that not correct? I thought we were
Which one?
going to delete 4
Under-
and on page 9.
9.
Okay.
So delete, what I understood is we delete 4.
Oh, okay.
We have 5, we have
Okay.
6. Then we have another one that's repetitive of 6, but for request for information that will be provided. So we'll see if we actually need that after we look at.
I don't think, so my concern is that we're not capturing the communications that we have with the ED and their reports, and the fact that that doesn't need, there's no notice involved, there's no sort of triage of information. I think my fear is that by removing forward, there's nothing here to state that.
I see.
And for Grace's purposes, do we need to like somehow define what hard stop means?
That's an SOP.
Oh,
So Commissioner Concepcion, you want to leave it for? So is it changed to commissioners may directly contact the executive director, the executive director's reports, and department heads with notification to the executive director? Just leave it like that?
I think that's sufficient. What do you guys think?
So we took out access. People didn't like that. So may directly contact.
Mhm.
And then
Would-
maybe we, yeah.
Maybe this is the clarifying language for like official business.
So we
In other
can
words,
ask you
that's
what
not
you're
the-
having for dinner on Saturday
That,
night.
that's fine.
That's fine. Right.
For official business, that's the like hierarchy. If it's not official business, if it's how was your weekend,
Right.
go nuts. I don't care who you talk to.
You don't want to know that?
I would hope that if you're roaming the house and
No,
checking in on me,
whatever.
please, by all means, check in on me, but
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Okay, so that's four.
Is
Then
that
we
like
have
a good
five.
descriptor though?
Yes.
Do people feel like we need the commission request for information will be provided?
Well, I think that this is probably one of the most sensitive areas, so I want to just make sure that we clarify that to
But I
your
wonder if it's-
satisfaction, or if it's elsewhere.
So it's on the next page, so I don't. And I don't know if we've actually talked about it all that deeply, so,
Right, let's set that aside
okay.
Okay.
and we'll come back to see if we need that. So this one is deleted because it's mostly moved to purpose. The executive director, leadership and commissioners will implement and promote a policy for productive and respectful engagement between the commissioners and the administrative agency. And that raised questions for like, is that a policy? And,
Can I ask, which one do you want?
Number 8,
Oh, okay.
it's
And
struck
so-
through. And
So what did we say about 7 here? Did we make contact?
there was nothing blue about it. So
Okay,
I'm
all right.
assuming that that's okay. So 8, does anyone think that needs to stay? Or can we delete that?
I hate to do this, Susan. On 7,
It's a violation of open meeting
you may
law.
just want to throw in an open meeting
Yeah, that's-
within the confines of open meeting, because you'd have to self-police that.
yeah, like I have an agenda item this month and I can only
If they
do,
all, if 4 of them came to you,
Yeah.
you would be violated.
yeah,
If you were a topic sponsor.
I am this month.
Okay, I thought that was for staff. I thought the topic sponsor was when a staff person was a
So
topic
that, I
sponsor.
think that's, thank you for reminding me, that's true. Maybe it's another sentence that says if a commissioner is the sponsor of a topic, the open meeting law applies. Just something that's simple, that
Mhm.
Yeah.
you state your awareness of that. But there might be a situation where it's a department or something. That's what I mean.
Okay. All right, anyone want 8 to stay? It was before we had the purpose.
I don't think that that can be deleted. I get for that.
Okay, now, we started working on number 10. And let's go
Can I
back.
just make sure, because again, just because, I just want to make sure, even though it's not blue, everybody got
Okay.
9? Because you've read this 1,000 times, we've only read it 300 times.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, sorry.
All right, so 10, let me see if I can see what we have right now. SOPs delineate commission processes on a range of functions and are ultimately approved by the executive director. The chair, be able to read this, I think we did. Chair. After ascertaining
Consensus?
it was, all right, well, the idea, and I'll have to just try and read this better. The chair will ask, yeah, I guess this is, after ascertaining from commissioners, individual commissioners, their priority SOPs, the chair and executive director will agree on priority SOPs annually. That's it.
Agree or determine? Okay.
Do you have a preference? Which do you like?
Still determine is more.
All right, and then it continues. Commissioners will provide input into and feedback on priority SOPs. A project charter may be used for SOP creation and revision.
This is what we already discussed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you already
okay,
said
okay.
that. Did you have a question?
I do, just briefly on, 9, like in other areas, we talked about the, SOP library as a resource.
Mhm.
Isn't there a place where you put all the project charters now?
Yeah, that's in the section on project charter.
What is specified where to find them?
Yeah.
That's all,
Yeah.
that's all, yeah,
The list of the lines of the-
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
let's look at
Just hold on.
the top of page 10, number 11. This has really been the trickiest one, but I think it's actually in good shape. Again, with help from Commissioners Concepcion and Devens. So take a minute to read it rather than have me read it out loud.
The whole section?
All of 11,
Okay.
yeah, because
Okay.
we want to make sure we know what's in it, so we don't just, talk about one when something else is coming up.
You know, like 1 minute in silence. It's a boxing room.
You know the guy who does boxing, Paul Sullivan, who used to be on the radio? That's his brother.
You really need that.
No, he has a boxing. He used to run on workforce development.
Oh, you're literally saying it's a boxer.
I thought you
I thought you were joking.
I thought you were saying it sounds like a boxer.
He's just private
The end of the,
classes.
the end of the hall. Do you know the thing that you're
Right
going
there.
to use?
Oh, that's legit.
Did
Boxer.
everybody read through this one?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Wait a minute. Are we just talking, the first one? Oh, sorry. I thought we were just doing the first paragraph. I apologize, my apologies. All right, Lenten silence, okay.
You like it?
I'm just laughing at the box.
Okay, I thought you were
I
smiling.
do, I think it's very
I
well
took
done.
your smile, I was like, what?
I do. I'd already gone past that.
On B, yeah, I think we need to preface external investigation because they could be internal investigations.
Okay, should we go one by one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do we?
Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
Okay.
No, it's not.
I guess when it goes quiet.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. All right, so comments on the first sentence. And the first sentence, the intent of the first sentence was to reflect what happened at the meeting last week, which is to say, you know, you're all in this together, right? So good with that first sentence?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, how about A? Any questions on A? And this was to just clarify that the commissioners can get this kind of information.
This is a question.
Mhm.
Is there some? I guess the estimated concern, which is at some point we just don't know. But I think we want to give ourselves some flexibility to be honest about that and say, working on it, here's some steps we've got to take, but I don't know what it's going to be. But I think the estimate is kind of covering that, which is give us your best guess.
But this is one of the things in the areas at the last meeting, is that I remember, I don't know who it was that I'm talking to, it might have been, I don't know if it's Rebecca, but talking about sort of what's the average. And the answer is, I can't tell you. It really wasn't, I can't tell you, it's, I will not tell you. And I think that, the gentleman who I've been talking to is, you know, trying to figure out his suitability. He thought that because he was able to go into an SCP program, he was suitable. He didn't understand. And it really was the information that he was lacking. And he's upset and he's got 150,000. And so it really comes down to information. Sometimes, you know, and I've said to this guy, I can't promise, I can't, but in conjunction with Sean and with Gal, I've been able to say, this is, first of all, I said, you weren't suitable doing that. So I explained that to him, oh, I didn't understand that. So it really comes down to information is really important because, so I think estimated timeline, as long as you're comfortable with that. But I also think that this is sort of a, not necessarily in governance, but we need to determine what the staff can and can't say to people too, so that we're not brought into it. And I think that, again, that's a cultural issue for me, that the staff doesn't say, talk to your lawyer, or I don't work for you, or that's a cultural thing. And again, this is not trying to beat up on anybody, but I do think that if there's more transparency on the front lines, trying to answer those questions, then it doesn't bubble up to me or up to you or anybody else here. So I respect that. We don't know. We don't know if someone was a rapist in Colorado, you know what I mean? And so if that happens, then that's going to complicate this suitability significantly.
I just got a little bit lost because I'm trying to put that into the context of Sean's comment. Sean, you said that you are hesitant about having any sort of timeline language here. Is that correct?
I'm more curious about, it's a bit like, don't quote me or don't hold me to it. It's an estimated timeline. So in other words, I can give you here's the, if we take all of this together, so what were the circumstances that led to it? What's the current status? It's a pesticide investigation. We've sent out testing to MPAL and Amherst. They normally take 4 to 6 weeks to turn their tests around. We should have an answer within that time. But if that answer comes back as conclusive, inconclusive, that might, in 4 to 6 weeks, you may come to me and say, you told me it's gonna be 4 to 6 weeks. I guess what I'm saying is don't.
Should we instead have like sort of some catch-all language at the end instead of saying an estimated timeline? Because we're just using examples of what might be asked. So we're asking, you know, circumstances, current status, and, you know, some sort of, you know, any other, I just feel like that phrase, timeline, we might ask for a timeline, sure, but having that here, maybe we just don't include that in our language in the
Sure,
short.
catch all the commission staff will use best efforts to, provide.
Except timeline is actually a point of contention. And I think we need to clarify this.
From our discussion last week.
And again, I think it's up to us. I mean, any communications I have, I say, I'm not promising, I can't, this is, and again, based on what Yao reported back to me, because I didn't say anything without it, but I think the point is that they don't want to tell, I mean, I literally, when I was told, we can't tell you, they can't tell us. And so I'm saying, the biggest thing that people want, right?
What if they can't, what if there is no timeline though? That's what.
The point is, it used to be how long within the past 2 years, how long did the initial licensing take? The initial application with,
Pretty steady. So I would say.
no, but you've changed that. That's changed that.
Rephrase what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Does this solve that? The problem that you're
Yeah, I
seeing?
tell you, it does for me, that it's okay for us to ask, what's the ballpark timeline? So we can share but we have to make sure that we're messaging this the right way, that this is estimated. And again, when I was talking with this guy, when I was communicating with him, I'd say, we don't know, because we don't know what complications can arise in another state. It's also, but this is why I
This
say that
is slippery though, because I wouldn't even want to relay that information to the licensee or.
this is the only
prospective
information, but this is the only information.
But I'm saying as a commissioner,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say our enforcement team is saying that it will take 6 weeks for this investigation.
They're not though.
But that's what is the utility? So now we went through a few different things. You are saying that you want to be told some sort of projected timeline by our team so that you can get back to
What
someone.
I'm saying is that I get a lot of calls from people saying, why is this
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
so
Well, what
long?
I'm
This is why
saying-
the,
But what I'm saying is that goes beyond what we should be doing, in my opinion, as commissioners. I'm not gonna tell someone the status of their investigation. I will say, okay, this is the person I can connect you to, and they can communicate with you about your
if they would do
investigation.
this, I would be happy. I would rather have them do it
Then what is the utility? Like, that's,
because it's not happening yet. Because people are, I don't want to.
Can we go back to
Yeah.
how it relates to?
No, but I just want to answer her
Yeah.
question. I just want to say why, because
I think the question is timeline,
Yeah.
and the question is, I'm wondering if when investigators have said to you, I can't tell you, it's not because they can't give you information, it's that they don't know.
no. I was told that
Okay,
basically.
but I think because I can
I
also
don't know.
imagine that if
Yeah.
someone gives you an estimated timeline, and then it's a lot longer, that
Mhm.
they're gonna be worried about getting beat up, because they said it was gonna take 6 months, and now we're into 12 months, so.
But this is the problem that licensees are facing, is that what is the perceived lack of communication. And people feel that they have no place to go because the frontline staff don't tell them.
but let's flip this,
We have a
because this
bill
also is about
sitting
how
right now.
staff and the culture here is, and that they feel like they're under the gun.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not supported in our messaging when we talk
Mhm.
about investigations or the team there.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like this is one of those, that's an example and a point of contention, because we're pitting ourselves against our investigatory team.
All I will say, and
Do
I
you understand what I'm? does
No,
anyone else
I hear
understand what
that.
I'm-
No,
what
I
I'm
do hear
saying?
what you're saying.
Okay.
And again, and this was, frankly, Commissioner Stebbins and I were talking about putting people on the hot seat about promising something in a board meeting and it's not ready. But what I get, because I get a lot of calls
Yeah.
about
We get
this.
the same ones,
Right,
yeah.
and so, and I don't, but we just want to know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We just want to know. We just want to, and one of the things that Sean has done
We
very.
just want to know, but
No,
for
but I
example,
will-
How do other people handle those emails and calls?
I mean, I'll give you guys I don't know if this is because I'm lost in the sauce right now. There's a lot of conversations back and forth, but I'll give you an example right now. Somebody emailed our compliance team, CC me for whatever reason. I've been in the queue, I'm waiting. Person has my phone, they've been blowing up my phone, I have not answered my phone. And, because it's on our business card. And, I just replied to the person after 2 days and I said, hi, thank you, I hear your concerns. By the way, you spelled Kyle's name wrong and you didn't add CCC at licensing, whatever. So I just sent them the email, I said, have some time and they'll get back to you. And then sent a quick little message to Kyle and said, hey, Kyle, someone was trying to reach out to you guys, but they wrote the wrong email. I'm sending it back your way.
Mhm.
And then they replied and said, we actually sent you a letter. You haven't seen it. It was February 3rd. And by the way, you still haven't done your fingerprints.
But you close the loop on
Yeah.
that communication, and this is ultimately.
But that's a
Yeah.
one small,
That's
Yeah.
not technical, the technical, it's not an investigation thing, it's not the suitability of the SCPs is different.
This all comes back to, the term I've used before, we're all complaint box setting.
Yeah.
And that the appropriate adjudicatory wall is there, I get it. And so when I take information or I get an email from somebody, like all of us do.
Yeah.
I send it on to Yao, I usually
Yeah.
copy the world
Yeah.
and just say, I got this. Chances are all four of you might have gotten it as well.
Yeah.
But I think to the chair's point, there is that maintaining that adjudicatory
Yeah.
position, but understanding that there's a customer service end piece
Yeah,
to
yeah,
this.
yeah, for
of
sure.
How
Yeah.
is this being triaged? Which I think you get down to in B,
See, I think you've done.
But
and I'm trying to
specifically-
piece that together.
When we're talking about an estimated timeline, that is where I feel like we're getting beyond, we're going past our wall and beginning to get into an investigation.
We're talking about investigations in your center.
That's what we're talking
But-
about in A,
but
an
sometimes it's
estimated
more-
timeline. We're talking about asking questions about investigations.
Yeah, so it's different.
So that's what I'm talking
No, no,
about. I'm
but-
just saying, Sean raised the point about, people feeling like timelines or, putting them in a position where they have to, uphold that if they give some sort of
Mhm.
response that might not be timelines available. But also, my question is, what is that utility? And that was what I was asking you. Because in your
Yeah.
example, you said you would then go back and say, well, we have this information and this is what the timeline is. I said, well,
No,
that's.
no, I would not, no. See, this is where I just want
So I
to.
guess my question is, what is that?
Let's go back and.
Why do we need that here? Let me go over all the way back.
So-
Why do we need
so-
an estimated time?
So the complaints that I have fielded, and I think other people have, is I'm waiting, and no one's talking to me.
For an investigation.
For an
Yes.
investigation, suitability, whatever. And people just want to know, they want to know what their fine's gonna be. They just want something to be solidified for them. Because, and this is the problem, and this is one of the things that Sean did very well with Yao in, I think, response to the Vanguard and stuff, which is don't hold people up and cost 15 people their jobs before Thanksgiving, where you can be investigating a deficiency, but allow things to move forward. The issue is that every month that these people wait, because of the way we've structured it with, you have to have an HCA, you have to have police. So every month of waiting is literally a penalty.
I
What do you want
agree
to
with
add
that.
on here?
I guess that's
Oh,
what
no,
I'm
I
trying to figure
like
out.
it. I'm not adding anything.
Okay.
I thought you wanted to delete it.
I was saying we were using examples of what we can request from the team.
Yeah.
Right? And
Let's
so
go
these
back.
are just examples. It's including but not limited to. Maybe that's just a solution. Sean brought up the reference to estimated timeline. And by including that language, that we're putting pressure on the team to come up with timelines that may not be available.
Got it.
And so I said, well, why not just eliminate that language? Because we're only saying examples,
Got it.
including but not limiting to.
Got it.
So that there's no longer that pressure there for them to provide a
Got it.
timeline
Got
if
it.
it's not
Got it.
available.
What you're talking
I
about
just don't want to be told that I can't
Yeah, but what you're
say,
talking
how
about
do
is
we-
more,
Yeah.
more day-to-day operations that you need to have a conversation with Yao and Sean about. Not,
what I just want to
Not
make
here.
sure, whether I give it or the staff gives it, but, and this
I
is,
guess that's what I'm saying too. It's like, it's not our role to give updates on investigations.
but because the standards are now is that they don't answer questions. And I have heard, call your lawyer,
I agree.
call your
I think that
consultant.
that is a valid.
I don't work for you.
critique. I feel like, I don't know if it's valid, but I'm saying I understand what you're saying. But I think that can also be true while also being true that we're not, and we should not take a position of giving status updates and timelines on investigations.
But that's all we're being asked.
Sean,
I
You
like
said that
that.
that's what we're being asked.
That's the most pressing question I get
and I
is
don't think it.
how long is this gonna, how much longer do I have to wait?
So you feel like we should be responding to that and saying, not just responding,
I
but
don't
giving
want
that
to,
information.
my point is that I don't want to be responding to that, but when that is the problem that it instigates someone to file a bill that basically takes our authority away because of a long timeline, because people perceive that they weren't being talked to. And this is, you know, Sean has always been very good when I've asked, what does this look like? How do we respond? Can you respond? Can someone respond? I'm not inserting myself into the investigation. I'm just trying to make sure that licensees have more access to information about their own.
But how does
And
that, I'm just more
So,
confused.
so I want to take us back to
Yeah.
the
I
language,
hear
and
what
I
you're
think,
saying. I hear what
I
you're saying.
think
I hear what you're saying.
there are a couple of
What
things.
you're saying.
So Commissioner Concepcion proposed that it would say information on an investigation, including but not limited to circumstances leading to the investigation and current status, period. The second thing I just want to say is it seems like there is some difference of interpretation about what is appropriate to provide
Mhm.
for requests, which we're not going to solve here. And thirdly, I think there's agreement that the way the current regulations are written make it really difficult. And so as you do the review, that may be something that you change. But I'm asking, is there anyone who can't live with that change where we take out timeline?
Can we have Sean respond because he hasn't?
So I want to be able to differentiate the information that I believe commissioners should have access to versus what public disclosure could be. And I think there's a tension there.
There is.
But I also think that
Sean, speak.
C covers some of that, which is with guidance from, in this case, I'll personify it. Commissioners will be careful and cautious about public disclosure of information to protect the integrity of investigations. And this isn't a real example, I'll use kind of a hypothetical, but it could occur, is you may ask me or an estimated timeline. I may not be willing to provide one,
exactly.
and my answer might be, it's really messy. I honestly can't say. Here's some steps we've got to take. And so with that information, now you are at least empowered with context. And so when that person comes back to you and says, we've done nothing, you're at least armed with, I'm aware of something, but you're now using your judgment, but you're not blind to it. You're not completely ignorant to it. But that's where you might say in that conversation with Yao and myself, what can I share? What are you comfortable with me sharing?
Yeah.
And our answer might be, I'd rather you not share it. Do you mind if we call? Just to keep you removed from it. And I think, I'm sure that's where
it gets to be pretty strong.
Yeah.
And I think your point, Sharon, kind of after that internal conversation, how is that customer service element?
But for instance, I felt, and you closed a conversation loop and you saw a gap in information.
Yeah.
And I solved a gap in information
Yeah.
just by responding to this guy going, his consultant, and by the way, his consultant is the one who's probably charging him $5,000 a month
Yeah.
and screaming at,
Yeah.
screaming. And I'm saying, I didn't say you're a consultant, but you obviously don't understand what suitability is. Your consultant that you're paying $5,000 a month to does not explain to you what suitability is. So this is, and so I explained it to him.
Yeah.
And then it's, I'm waiting. And I said, look, they're doing their job.
Yeah.
I don't tell them a timeline, but the only time that I did is when it was shared with me that we could communicate to him. This is in the closing stages.
Yeah.
It's going to be happening because again, I will tell you that this is why there are times, and I don't think we should be inappropriately sharing that. And I think there's enough language. I think you guys did a good job here, but the timeline is the most important question that they
Can we,
ask.
can we qualify it then?
Yeah.
Just put if available.
Yeah, there you go.
So I thought about.
Yeah, why did you say that 40 minutes ago? Say 40 minutes
So,
ago.
I'll be honest, I thought about
Insert yourself.
going there. I was prepared for the reaction of that you're taking the teeth out of that. So I'm putting myself in your shoes.
No, but you said it
I
could,
don't want to be.
if available, you might not have one. Like you said, it's messy. You might not.
They can tell you, I'll tell
I could
you.
not be more relieved that you said it and not me,
Mhm.
but that's exactly, I was thinking, we should land here, but
The one thing I will say is like, well, because there's like the legal concerns around us and investigations, but there's also the concern, the cultural concern to make sure that we are not, commissioner messages and communications are not being used to a point where we're pitted against our team and staff. And that's what happens. So that's what I wanted to kind of vocalize that. That's the concern with sort of getting into this and conveying information that can then I know it is use when people then communicate with our investigations team.
Mhm. No, I hear
So,
you.
Commissioner Concepcion, your proposal was to delete the timeline piece. Are you comfortable with it says if available, or do you have still have a preference for deleting it?
I'm fine with keeping
available.
that. I'm fine with that. Again, I guess this is something that the chair's been saying from the beginning of this meeting. This is something that we'll work on, that will not be rectified or solved in this document, but it's definitely a
Now we have
problem.
Lori's language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so A is going to read, including but not limited to circumstances leading to the investigation, current status, and an estimated time for completing the investigation if available, period.
I'm good.
Okay, all right, let's keep
Operational
going.
side, we gotta work on this too.
All right, any comments on
I just
B?
don't want to be.
Any
in trouble.
comments on D?
A lot of trouble, there's a bill.
Okay,
now
So
that's-
this place is a rumor mill.
The good news is he's not.
And-
He's not.
I don't have no idea.
Some of it could be internal investigation in the mill.
Oh, he threatened.
I just want to, I know we're talking about investigations, but
Mhm.
if I hear a rumor about an internal investigation, I'm not going to go to Yao and say, I heard a rumor about an investigation.
So is it a licensee investigation?
I just want to,
Which investigation are you talking about?
No, she's saying
on B.
She's on.
Yeah.
I know we're talking about enforcement and investigation. But this place, I just said, like, this agency can lend itself to be a little bit of a rumor mill, and if
Are you
we
talking
hear.
about HR investigation?
At any kind, yeah, like, I'm not,
We're not under
no,
that.
but it could be, somebody's selling horse cannabis at night.
Mhm.
Do I, like, but I know, like, I don't, I just feel like it should be external. I
So
think it
first
puts
of all,
us in a
does it have to
position.
be a serious complaint? Who is informed of a serious complaint about an existing licensee investigation?
A commissioner who is informed. So any complaint we get, like, she dresses messy on a Tuesday, we
This
gotta
is,
tell.
this is really,
Yeah.
this is like someone's being bribed. That's what this is supposed to point to. Is, like,
A commissioner who is informed of a.
So I don't read it as a bribe.
No?
I didn't read it
Yeah.
that way. I
all right,
read
how
it
did you
as,
read it?
I'm not.
I
being-
read B as a follow-up to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no one's getting back to me.
Yeah.
I'm complaining.
Oh,
I know I'm under
okay.
investigation, no one's getting back to me.
Or I don't like the way they're
Yeah,
handling it.
that's,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
No, but I think that it's when we're inserted into something that we shouldn't be,
Right.
that we need to be making sure that we're handling that. I mean, that's how I see this. That someone has tried to go around the team,
Okay,
right? Is that what this is saying?
Yes, and I
Yeah.
like that this also answers what I was sort of bringing up in A.
Yeah.
That now it's the executive director and the chief of investigations and enforcement who follow up.
Yeah.
Circle back
Yeah.
and close that loop.
That's right.
so
And
Commissioner Roy,
provide a
for your
plan for the
question, is it licensee investigation?
I mean, it cascades from, so it's a sub of 11, which is regulations. So for me, it's all gonna be regulatory. The horse cannabis, if it's not a regulation, in that example, if it's internal as far as like a personnel issue, wouldn't be regulations.
Yeah,
So I don't want to dismiss I
Yeah.
see the way you're reading it. I don't think it applies,
Yeah,
but
okay.
if there's something you think that could tighten that, I'd be all ears. Because I think I see what it means, but
a commissioner who is informed of a complaint about an existing investigation
This is the context. It's not a
will
standalone.
share that.
That's what people are
you
saying.
gotta read it alongside the
Mhm.
enforcement team implementing.
Do you want to add enforcement, Kim? I know how you're reading this, I know, because
Yeah.
you're literal, you're like a visual person.
Yeah,
Like, sometimes
maybe
I'm there
enforcement
too.
investigation,
Enforcement
like,
investigation,
maybe
even though it's in the
we
section,
should-
but it's just one word. I understand what you're saying,
Is it enforcement or just license?
whatever, CIE,
Major registration, it could be medical.
could be RBT.
EIE, non-personnel.
I mean,
do you
you can
think
live with
it's
it
satisfactory?
if you read the first sentence of 11 and then you read the as part of as
Mhm.
such, does it satisfy you?
It is an enforcement issue. It's under the
It's
enforcement.
on the enforcement section.
So that's what we're talking about. Only.
Oh, what's the title, of this section?
This
This is interactions, but
I mean, if
everybody,
everyone
it's under
else is
11.
Fine, I just
Okay.
wanted
All right.
not, like,
Okay.
I just didn't wanna,
yeah.
place, like, HR issues and, but if
No,
if
no, no,
it's
but
in
this
a
is under
standalone,
enforcement, yeah.
under enforcement, then.
Okay. How about C?
I think that's important.
Perfect.
Everyone's good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
And bear in mind, it's guidance.
yeah. How about D? Everyone
Yeah.
okay with that? And
Which I haven't.
E?
I would clarify the tail. I would not use the word investigation at the end. I would make it a pending matter at that point.
Okay.
It's a,
Any parties to that pending matter?
Sean, sorry, Susan, on D, when they say enforcement SOPs, is it like what we see in Mass CIP, like the dispensing? Like, what do you mean by that? Is it like,
like
Break
these, like
SOPs.
formal, like this is how we review license applications.
Okay.
This is
so
the
not the
SOP for
licensee
suitability.
SOPs? Okay, I just want to make sure I understand.
This is our internal.
Okay.
So, so E ends with any parties to that pending matter. All right, F?
It's good.
Good. G?
I quickly on that. The tweak would, commissioners will inform the chief of INE of any invitation or plan to visit a licensee. Sometimes we're proactively asking to go visit someplace, not just accepting an invitation.
I'm not comfortable with that. Can I say why? My mother's a certified patient and I'm her certified caregiver. Sometimes I identify myself, sometimes I don't, because I think they recognize me. And if I go to get her medicine one place or another, no, I need to let Yao know, because sometimes I identify myself in my official capacity, sometimes I don't. So
You can put in official capacity somewhere here.
I just feel like,
Yeah, official.
or what if you're like on
I think it's
vacation
personal.
in the
Like,
Cape, like, all
when I
right,
when
here's
I go
another
by
example.
on the weekends, let's say if I go buy something at a dispensary on a weekend, that's me as a person.
You're a customer.
I'm a customer. I don't think that. has
So you don't
anything-
identify yourself as,
Absolutely not.
okay. What if you're on in vacation in the Cape and you knew one open, you want to see it? And you just spontaneously say, oh yeah, I want to see this. They have a new
Yeah.
nano
I've
emulsion,
been there. I've done that.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see the new nano emulsion.
Yeah.
And then you identify yourself.
Yeah.
We didn't let anybody at staff know because we just,
Yeah.
so I don't want to hem us in that we're violating the spirit of something. That's all.
Can I tell you, yeah, but
That's a good
see,
point.
but that's kind of stuck. That's a little sticky. I think it's a little sticky because I don't, I went and I told him I bought some Betty's Eddies and my husband's with me going, can you do this? I go, I'm a customer.
And you can play the lottery.
Yeah, I couldn't, no, we couldn't play the lottery, I do now. But I do think that spot visits are a little bit of a sticky situation. Because what if they are under an investigation and you go visit them? I get a
Yeah.
little,
And that's kind of the context I was getting to,
Mm.
which was, tomorrow we're gonna be out in Greenfield. And I'm like, well, I got time to kill afterwards. I looked for a retailer that might be around, but I'm not popping in because we really haven't
Right.
squared away secret shopper and things like that. So I asked INE, anything I should be aware of before I decide to stop by.
Mhm.
Because we do not want to walk into a situation where all of a sudden we're getting cornered about
Yeah.
my investigation or filing an appeal to this. And then we're trying.
or don't identify yourself.
So, yeah, so let me read it. Commissioners will inform the chief of investigations and enforcement of any invitation or
Or
plan.
scheduled visit.
See, I think if you're gonna identify yourself,
Let me just finish reading.
Yeah.
before you.
Okay.
Invitation or plan to visit a licensee in their official capacity prior to acceptance of an invitation or visit.
see, I think
I
you
think
can,
you
I
can
think,
fix the prior to acceptance.
Okay, you don't
I
need that.
think you can walk in any place you want to, just like any citizen
In
in
their official
Massachusetts, but I think if you
capacity.
identify yourself,
You may want to be careful and just say, hey, yeah, I'm down the corner. I want to go to this place, FYI, really quickly. If it's a Saturday, obviously you don't want to bother folks on Saturday, but
apparently he works 24/7 and on Saturdays. So.
when you go, then you can hit up on Saturday.
So how do you feel comfortable
He was
not,
talking it up.
Commissioner Roy, do you feel comfortable
I-
not identifying yourself if you go to this study?
I want you to sort of vocalize, because I think that this is, I think you could be creating a situation that you don't want to create.
All right, I was at picking up my mother's medicine, here we go again. And the guy didn't check the guy's license in front of me. I didn't know what to do at that point. I was upset. I saw it with my own two eyes. He didn't check it.
You don't have the answer?
Yes.
What I would want you to do?
Yeah,
Did you get a receipt for the medicine?
Yeah.
It's gonna be time stamped. So tell Yao. We will then pull the security footage. Violation, the no deed. Just like that.
okay. I didn't know what to do in that instance. I said, I said to myself, do I identify myself and say, you need to check his license? Or, so now,
I would ask all of you, do not, in the field, do not deputize yourself in an enforcement capacity. Tell us, and what we can then do though, if you had that receipt, you're basically a whistleblower at that point.
okay,
And you have protections as far as like, well, obviously, what we're gonna do is say, we want to see the security footage at this terminal on this day. Because every terminal is gonna be under camera. They've got to hold it for 90 days. So if you told us, let's say it was on Saturday, if you told us on Monday, we can request the security
all
footage.
right, that's good to
Look at
know.
it,
'Cause
see that, and then that's an NOD.
Because if you had actually said something, you would have compromised yourself. You would have been doing sort of the right thing, but the wrong, you could have potentially.
I know, that's why I didn't say anything.
So-
No, you did the right thing.
And formally, the reason why, not that I want to use the word, I would have asked you, if that became an issue where it became a hearing, let's say it was that severe. Let's say you walked in, the front door was wide open, people, customers were coming in and out, nobody was checking any IDs, right? We're probably going to want to suspend that license for a little bit. You're actually a witness. You would not be in a position therefore to opine or adjudicate that matter. I would seek your recusal from that. Because you're a
So then
witness.
it wouldn't matter whether or not I identify. Gotta make me recuse anyway.
I would ask you to recuse. The opposing counsel would absolutely
definitely would.
seek your recusal because you're biased. You're no longer objective. or
Right.
You're.
So that's
prejudiced.
why I bring that up.
So are you okay?
No, I'm glad, can I say, it's a good conversation to have, especially.
Okay, we now revised it, so we have, so going to get your mom's is not a problem because it says in their official capacity. Commissioners will inform the chief of investigations and enforcement of any invitation or plan to visit a licensee in their official capacity.
In official capacity. Now, I want to, because I know you said you've popped in and sometimes, you know what I mean? So let's sort of think of the pop in. Is it, again, I'm a politician. Hi, I should shake hand. You don't want to do that. Now, what happens if you're going in? I have never been, but I want to go because I like the name of Piping Clover in Wellfleet. And, I walk in, what if someone recognizes me? What if, you know what I mean? I think that this is actually a good conversation to have because it's one of those things like, I don't think we've ever thought of it before. So I walk into Piping Clover and I hand my license and someone goes, "Ooh, I know who that is." So what do you do? I go in because,
That happens to me.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So what do you do?
I'm trying to pop in
Yeah,
at
that's what
places if I'm
happens.
if I'm traveling, oh, there's a place over here. I just want to walk in and see what it, yeah.
But
I don't identify myself.
Yeah.
But there has been one time, I'll give you this example, when Happy Valley in East Boston opened.
Yeah.
And I knew that they opened, and I said, well, I want to go and look at Happy Valley. I didn't, it wasn't an official, it was a weekend. But I walked in there, they checked my ID, and then I got a call from somebody from Happy Valley saying, Commissioner, I heard that you visited the facility. So that has happened.
But you didn't see, you've been enforcement, you didn't let them.
I'm sorry.
It was fine.
Oh,
It was a good call, but it was like, I was in normal clothes, like
Yeah, you didn't identify yourself in any way.
And no one will give us badges, so, we can't flash a badge.
But I wouldn't want to flash a badge in that case, but.
I
All right,
But
let's
people
bring it down.
recognize
This
it, so.
is all,
No, no.
Commissioner
This is-
Stebbins
but-
wanted to, but Commissioner
But can I
Stebbins.
say, this is actually good. Yeah.
Training.
Commissioner Stebbins offered to add the word plan,
Yeah.
planned visit or plan to
And
visit.
again, it's, I think Susan's saying in our official capacity,
Yeah,
not as consumer, caregiver,
Yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah.
It's, I want to go check this place out for this particular reason, or because I happen to be in the area. No doubt, I'm gonna run that by I&E and make sure I'm not walking.
So I just wanna clear, all of us in this table, when we go in as a consumer, as a patient, just curiosity. Nobody here is identifying themselves ever.
I
unless
am.
You do.
Yeah. It depends on how I feel, how I look. You know, if they've recognized me or not, but probably at the end, like I'll go a lot. I'll stop by, I'll yell up and say, hey, I'm in the area, I want to go to this place. So, okay, yeah, sure. Some places, I think I went to Brockton a few months ago, and I was like, what, I just want to go into Legal Greens and just check it out. I just went in, I just checked it out. I was like, hi, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm Commissioner Kamada. I was in here. I just want to see your spots.
See, I've done that in the Cape.
Yeah.
But according to this, I'm violating this Romanet.
Right, we're here now.
But there's definitely, it might be an issue, because if they are under investigation and we don't know that, and I realize that, I don't know.
I think the big thing is, go ahead, Sean.
Just think like the practicality of it, like if you're going to tour and meet with the executives in a formal way,
Yeah.
Right.
that's this context. If you're
Yes.
popping in and saying like, hey, so I was in the neighborhood, check it out.
Yeah.
I think if you're gonna leave anyone that works there with the impression that this is a formal commission interaction, potentially rising to the level of being an unannounced inspection,
Yes.
that's a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm glad you said that, because so we have the ability to pop in and just say, hi,
was in
Commissioner
there.
Roy,
Wanted to say
I'm
hello."
in the area, just
Yeah.
want to say hello, and
Yeah.
we can do that.
Okay,
That's
good.
it.
That
That's all.
clarifies it.
That's
And
it.
I'm just saying, this is a very good conversation because,
No, but this is,
I hate to say this, this is why these detours are important because these things are practical that we're facing and.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
think just as a practice, you should, I'm not the ED, I'm a commissioner, but as practice, even on that, on Teams, on the phone, send Yao a message.
Saturday at 6 o'clock at night.
You sent it. You know?
Okay,
Yeah, I
How
think
about-
it's good.
how about G? Anything on G? And this is where we took out chapter 7 because apparently that hasn't been, that is continually revised, but hasn't been revised. So it's in a footnote now.
That makes sense. That is a valuable, I found that guide, the footnote is helpful, so.
So we're done with this section. I just want to say that Yao asked that his staff have a chance to look at the revised version. Are you okay with me sending it to them to get their feedback on it additionally?
Number 11.
Just number.
Just number 11.
As long as we're not negotiating, we'll take feedback.
Yeah, we'll just, it's, we've rejected a lot.
Yeah, no, I hear you, I
Okay.
hear you.
All right. let's
Yao
keep
has
going.
seen number 11. Now several.
Yeah, right, but not this version of it. All right, 12, I moved 12 to the communication section because it didn't seem to make, first we added it into the invitations, but then it didn't make sense when I reread it. So I'm suggesting that we, for now, delete that until we get to the communication section. All right, let's look at 11. We started talking about this. It sounds like you want to keep this in here.
Wait a minute. Oh, page 11.
No, on number 11, the last
Oh,
one on
that's
page
struck.
10,
Okay,
it's
okay,
struck.
sorry.
And we were talking about this before,
Oh,
when we
yes.
were talking about R in the executive director's roles and responsibilities. So do you want this the way it is? Just taking out the strikeout, strike through?
And I think that goes to your concern.
Yeah. maybe you have the most.
The problem with it is the any threat.
Significant, or do you want a qualifier or?
That's what I'm looking for, some sort of qualifier.
Okay.
Significant? I wonder if significant.
The material threat? Or like,
Material.
I don't know if that's actually a legal thing. It's, and basically it's like, is there a,
But material means it's beyond you suck. It's real. You know what I mean? It's.
How about this?
It's a
How about
little
this?
bent
A
in
possible,
Right.
a possible pending litigation.
No, but I think, what do you think of material?
I think material,
it's got teeth, like,
yeah, it
there's like an
means-
nuance to it.
But
that's like-
someone just venting and saying, I'm gonna sue you. You're not gonna call all of us and tell us that.
Right, because I'm toying with like legitimate threat, but like, I don't want to say someone's illegitimately threatening to sue us. like,
So what's the phrase that you said? I missed it. So
material threat.
a material threat.
I do.
No, granted.
So any material threat, is that the way to say it? A material threat?
A material threat or.
I'm not being a lawyer or How do you describe a material?
But let's look at the definition, but it means that it sort of rises beyond just, it's almost more formed, more formed, I think. Well, I'm not sure.
No, I always said ripe, but I'm like, ripe isn't.
But I think material, hold on a second.
We're thinking on the same like word choices though. Like there could be, like, to me, there's like a spectrum of threats where there is I'm done waiting on my application to make it to an agenda. If I don't get answers, I'm gonna sue. Then there's hi, I'm a lawyer with this various law firm.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any progress and I'm also not getting any information. Apparently, the only way I'm gonna extract information is by filing this draft lawsuit in court next week if I don't get what I'm looking
All
for.
right, a material fact is an occurrence, event, or information that is sufficiently significant to influence an individual in acting in a certain way, such as entering into a contract or way. It's a question in dispute. So anyway, so that I think is the definition, that it's significant enough that it would make us potentially have to act.
Why don't we say that? Sufficiently significant.
I like that. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
That takes some of the subjectivity out of it.
That's what he-
You know, we know that the- kind of the-
Okay,
Okay, all right, how about 13?
And a little after 3-ish, or maybe after this next section, could we take a bio break? Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What we're breaking out for, so.
Oh, fine, okay.
But I'll give us a break.
Okay.
13?
For a friendly note,
Please.
I don't think he needs to be serious. I think if you hear about it, you should refer. From my standpoint, and that's more from a personal obligation, like a legal standpoint. If you guys become aware of something that's HR related, you're gonna wanna protect yourself.
Everyone okay with that? All right, let's take 5. Legislative and executive branch, page 12, we had an annual operating budget. We looked at that already. I think everyone's okay with that.
So which one are we on? I'm sorry, we're on page 11.
Page 12, annual operating budget added to topic. Everyone's okay with that. Now we get to our next complicated one.
Okay.
So in your materials are a couple of documents.
So we're looking at legislative and executive branch
No,
outreach?
no, we finished that already. We're looking at press, media, and external engagement, 13. So, there's a document that starts executive summary, and this is the comms team strategy document. And what's not printed out are 2 appendices. Again, if they were printed out, you wouldn't be able to read them, but one is a calendar of press events. You see that it just says executive summary on top. Thank you.
Oh,
13.
We're on 13, press, media, and external engagement.
But this is the one?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the one. So, all right, here's my notes from that. Cedric provided these materials. There's a messaging matrix and a press calendar that are appendices that should be in your e-file of documents. And he asked me to say, these are the primary documents that would be updated and evolve into replacements for.
What page? I don't know where
So
you
we're
are.
on 13 on our chart.
Right,
And then we,
yeah, but where, I don't know where you're reading from.
I'm reading from my notes.
Oh,
Because-
sorry. Okay.
Sorry,
That's
Cedric
okay.
sent me an email and asked me to let you know that this document and its appendices, which are messaging matrix and a press calendar, are the primary documents that would be updated and evolve into replacements for the external communications section. Because there was a desire expressed at the meeting last week that we refer to SOPs. Updating these documents are part of this year's department goal. I think the most interesting page for us in this document is to look at the It's called strategic messages, and it's the third page from the last page. There are no page numbers. so
Thank you for pointing my frustration with lack of page.
Yeah, so the third to the last page says strategic messages, sort of in 2/3 of the way down.
I think this is the first time we see it. right?
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I didn't notice this.
It was good.
I think he said that it was part of your orientation.
We did see it in orientation. Oh my God, it was 2
Because
years
I
ago.
said, can I share these?
Yeah,
And he
yeah,
said
yeah.
they all got it as part of their
We
orientation.
need to redo orientation.
Yeah.
Well, I have, you know, I probably got 5,000 things,
Right,
but
it's like
this is,
thinking
but
out of
this
a
is not,
fire
but I'm just saying, if this was done as part of an actual orientation, I never got it. So I might have gotten a document, but.
So this part, strategic messages, is the part that refers the most to commissioners. So and it's just a couple paragraphs. So take a look at that and then we'll start our conversation on this section. And I can email everybody the messaging matrix and the calendar.
How far are we reading?
Just the paragraph, just to get an
Oh,
idea
all right,
of
okay,
that. And
okay.
so now I'm gonna ask you to look at page 13. And so a revised first sentence. In an effort to speak with one commission voice, the communications department strategizes and manages press and media engagements on behalf of the commission under the direction of the executive director and in collaboration with the commissioners.
Sorry, we're at
One more page, and turning one more page, that was
page 15.
page 13. You have to select your pages around.
Oh, I pulled it aside.
So I'm going to read one, I'm going to read two, and then just open up a conversation. Number 2 is Department of Communications SOPs will be created to delineate processes on a range of issues and will be approved by the executive director. Commissioners will provide input to and feedback on priority SOPs. And we can make this reflect the same thing that we did in the other SOP section. So it's functions, not issues, and kind of the way priorities would be identified. But so based on our conversation last week, there was some suggestion to leave it at 1 and 2 and then have SOPs, which is what there's also a proposal for budget. Budget has an SOP. Communications doesn't have SOPs at this time. So that's why it refers to creating. So just open the floor for a conversation about that.
Just on the first two?
Well, and on the question about deleting the rest and just relying on SOPs to be created. I mean, yeah, take a look at the rest of it, but just want to give that conversation some time.
So are we looking at just 1 and 2 right now, or are we
Well,
looking at?
So I just want to have a conversation about how do you feel about only having SOPs in the charter, only referencing SOPs for communications? Or do you feel a need to have the more detailed?
We talked about last week.
Right.
Right, it's keeping 1 and 2 and getting rid of everything else. out.
That was the proposal.
Which is why they sent us this information, this other stuff.
Right, so that was sent to say the SOPs will be based on these documents.
If I can speak up and be polite. This is part of the problem that I've had, is that I don't think that the comms team sort of respects the statutory position of the chair. And I think if, you know, all of you look at some of the press or requests for appearances, I am the only commissioner that is not being asked to do this stuff. And the one thing I would like to have in here is that the whatever the sort of, I think I've said, I'm happy that everyone has an opportunity for a headline, for headlining an MMA event, doing all these different things. But this has been my biggest problem, is that I don't think that the comms team respects that in statute, the chair is responsible for the administration of the commission. And I haven't been engaged. I haven't been asked to, you know, do availability. And in essence, I feel like I have been muzzled on some occasion. And so my concern here is that the commission does have to speak with one voice. And so that comes from a vote. And we've seen a very distinct situation where the commission spoke and then the comms team refused in a timely fashion to speak on that one voice that the commission had. So I don't care whether this is an SOP, but to me, this is a big crux of some serious conflicts that we have, conflicts that the comms team had with the prior chair. And so for my posture, all commissioners should have a voice, but I do believe that the statute does require that the chair have a different position. So again, I don't care how we achieve that. And a lot of what's happening, I think we understand that this is operational. This is, you know, when the executive director gives a directive to the comms team to do something and then they don't do it, and that has happened on a number of occasions since I've been here. That's the problem that I have. So I think that while we can kick the can on this, I just will tell you my experience, and it may not be your experience. It's probably not I know it's not your experience. It's my experience. And so all I would ask is that we recognize that the chair does hold a different position, that we actually have acknowledged in previous meetings that the chair is, quote, the spokesperson for the commission. The executive director is the spokesperson for the execution of that. And that we figure out how to put that in here. That's all I would ask. And if we want to keep that, I don't care. That's just mine.
Yeah, let's hear some.
Yeah, and feedback, tell me I'm right. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Is there a mechanism or method in this document, a governance document,
Mhm.
to informed by everybody's collective experience,
Mhm.
look ahead to what is optimal?
Mhm.
What is an ideal scenario for everybody in future commissions, future staff, future, again, not dismissing or ignoring in any way.
Yeah, I mean, I need to put
that
it up,
experience.
right?
So I
Mhm.
think
Yeah.
that's, it's a perspective, to your point, everybody's gonna have their experience.
Right.
Knowing that, learning from that, I think we have an opportunity in this document right now to say, as principals, the
Mhm.
six, the collective, and again, you have the vote. I'm here and I'm grateful to be here. It's that, sometimes I'm grateful to be here. But I think this is our opportunity. What is ideal? What do we want? What are our expectations?
Mhm.
In a, not so much an anonymous way, but like regardless of who's in my seat, who's in your seat, who's in a comms position for this agency, how do you want to govern that one voice? How do you achieve that? And I think that's where we can spend some energy is what does that look like? And what direction do you want to give to staff? What expectations do you have for one another? Because I think that's going to be included in here too, as far as who does speak for the commission.
Mhm.
knowing, because there's been, again, being informed by the past, there's been situations where, let's say it's a 4-to-1 vote and the chair is the one to vote against it. Now is the chair still the spokesperson? Like, so I think that's where, let's talk through those scenarios. And what I'm kind of leaning into here a little bit, I'm jumping ahead, I guess you can feel free to interrupt me, is I think that the commission should have an opportunity to opine on a strategy document.
I agree with
I think there's a lot, this is good, by the way,
Yeah,
there's a lot
yeah.
here. So, but that's a strategy document. I don't think it's a governance document. I think the strategy document can inform SOPs. And so I think you want to bind your SOPs, I mean, yeah. Probably licensee complaints. But I think your strategy document can become SOPs. And so, kind of in that governing hierarchy, I think you want to confirm that someone's got to manage the press engagements, and I don't think it should fall to commissioners. Like the transactional nature of that, I don't think you should. You can, right? Like,
We should also understand it, just because your MMA comment, Bruce and I did MMA. I don't know, I think Bruce invited me to be part of the MMA conversation. I don't even remember how it happened, but also understanding how because you're the one who was talking to them, or you
It
guys
was
pulled
me
in
and
last year.
Bruce.
Yeah, you guys.
And then I couldn't because I was,
There
out
you
of the
go.
office.
There you go. So I don't even, so to that point.
But that was
of
like 2 years in
understanding-
the making because it was canceled
They went
before.
over.
Yeah, but understanding how those things even kind of come about, because
Right.
if we don't know, then we create a narrative and create a perspective, and I'm not getting invited and you're getting invited amongst each other.
And that's what's happening.
But yeah, because we don't know how,
But that's because we
How stuff is
don't all
happening.
understand that.
how
Yeah.
people are getting invited to things.
Yeah, I
you know?
guess what we all want is like
Yeah.
a fair and equitable press strategy, right?
But also understanding it behind the scenes.
So I think that community calendar, right, if you took a look at it, like, great, you got recognized, like, I was like, man, this is amazing, like, you're doing, like, this is amazing, like, I wouldn't have known otherwise, except for that community calendar. Maybe they sent us, Kate had sent us a calendar that shows like, I went to Holyoke 2 weeks ago, it was on
Oh,
there,
okay.
or like, different things are on there. So maybe press engagements,
You and I should, I got it. You should have.
What
There
is
were
it?
2 versions of it too.
is it like a,
Well, one.
Because I was told there are newsletters that go out on a regular basis, and I actually went online to sign up for them, and I still don't get them unless they just haven't done them in a couple months.
I get them. I'm signed up.
Okay.
But
I
to Teresa's point though, I think that was a good example
Mhm.
because it might come off like, I understand your position as chair with MMA. It would make sense if that was a new, I'll use it as an example. I'm using it as an example. Because if that was an opportunity that was fresh and just came in, it makes sense to include the chair in that conversation. But without understanding that that was something that, was it in 2021? So in 2021, we were invited and then they removed our segment. And then they invited us back again. And then at one point it was me and Bruce doing it. And then I was away, so I was eliminated. But I'm just saying all of this to say, without knowing all that additional information, and this is exactly what you were saying.
want to do it.
You know,
And I couldn't have
yeah,
done it.
yeah. But I understand both of you. I understand.
But
That is, I think, baked into their interest in creating the SOPs.
Yeah.
But I also think there's a piece of it, which I think, Sean, to your point, broader 30,000-foot level that you spoke to is the chair. I would endorse this. The chair is the lead spokesman on behalf of commission activities and bake in the role of the executive director and put that in here.
I'm comfortable with that.
may I add to, see, this is the common calendar. And it's very helpful to see events, expos, who's speaking where, so a common communications calendar. So if you see, well, there isn't one, what I'm saying is if you see Roy, Concepcion, Stebbins, Camargo constantly on the press and no O'Brien, well, we can all say, well, there's no O'Brien, or something's missing, so maybe something to develop is a communications calendar.
There is a calendar. I mean, the one that he sent
You sent
stops
us
at, I sent it to Grace to put in the electronic file. But the one that I got from, stops in 2021. Like it doesn't, it's not,
Oh, so there used to be a calendar?
I don't know.
It could have been like a strategic planning calendar, like April 420, like that style, like,
Yeah.
let's get ahead of
Yeah.
some of this.
Yeah, that's probably.
So it's more, I think, alongside that,
Okay.
or like a September
Yeah.
2022 5-year anniversary, what do we do? Like, what's needed to, I think it's more of those like milestone dates.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm.
Right,
referencing.
you're saying something.
Yeah, I'm saying like a common calendar. So,
Added to that.
so
Mhm.
we know like you did you did BBJ, right? And we know that you did these, whatever, you did Channel 5 and I did Worcester.
You did equity.
And you did, yeah, you did, and why is it no O'Brien? Like, we can look and see.
That's a good idea, more
I
transparency.
think we need more transparency.
It might fit, I think the calendar makes most sense because it can live as a live document
Yeah.
versus like the government affairs update you get on a monthly basis, that's past tense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we get press clippings in the
And
past.
we only
tense.
get,
But this was also, you know, one of the questions that we raised is that we can't tell you if every press inquiry we get. And, you know,
Yeah. guess
I
can see
wonder,
the
but I-
practical side of
I
it.
understand the practical, but ultimately it's not that hard. You know,
It's a list.
yeah,
Well, they may not be able to give you every press inquiry, but they can.
the one that
probably-
pertain to her.
Or they can give you a
the ones
list
that
of the.
pertain to the commissioners and deliberation.
But I
you know.
think that there are inquiries where they pass them to different people. So if they pass it to somebody, you know, if they say, you know, Commissioner Roy, are you interested in this? So if it rises to the level, because there may be a bunch that they don't do anything with, but if it rises to the level that they're asking a commissioner to comment, then
See, I think that this also, and this is also trying to develop a relationship, which I feel like I've tried to do by reaching out, asking opinions and doing that, and it's not working. But I also think that this is part of the chair working in concert with the executive director to delineate who does what work. I think that this should be done in concert with the comms team. For instance,
I'm not hearing any dissent from relying on SOPs.
Mhm.
But I'm hearing that there are some high level things that need to be in the charter. And so,
Look at both, Susan.
Commissioner Stebbins, you said something, you gave some language, the chair is the lead spokesperson of the commission, and you said something with the executive director, but I wasn't sure how you were.
I was
we had
kind of
said
echoing
that
what you
a
just
couple of
said.
months ago.
So
I thought we'd agreed to that.
with the executive director, is that the,
I would place it as bullet number 2. I think it kind of, if we're positioning things in terms of order of importance, is that, you know, some of the effect of the commission recognizes that the chair is the primary spokesman. This kind of comes after the one voice thing, so
Mhm.
that I think is the inclusive one. But to boil it down to say the chair is the primary spokesman on behalf of, and help me separate where you engage in the media and where the chair kind of.
I would limit me just because I don't like.
You also want to include.
That's just
Yeah, that's, you heard, that's our personality.
No, but he did
Not the
this.
phone. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We already did this.
Well,
I know,
but
but you and I on the president.
Yeah, right.
I think on administrative.
You are the guy.
Administrative, that's where I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
That's the
not gonna
box
be,
I'm putting.
but I'm not
so
going to
is
be.
it on behalf of?
No, but if I can say,
policy
if
What commissioner
Senator, no, but if
approves
Senator
policy?
Moore is
I
yelling,
want to make sure you
oh,
heard
sorry,
that.
sorry.
So you know what I just
Yeah.
said to her. I said on commission approved policy
Mhm.
matters. And I say that for a reason, because we also need to make sure that one commissioner, great chair, but
Mhm.
we have had instances where a chair will say something that's not been agreed
Mm-hmm.
to by the entire commission. And because it comes from the chair, it's interpreted as being the official thing.
I
So-
can still do that if I want to be an idiot.
No, but you have to say that you're speaking on behalf of the
Your
personal.
individual.
Right, I mean, technically, I
Yeah.
can still
No, I
do
know,
that.
I know, yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah,
So I'm putting in language to make sure
Yeah.
that that's clear.
yeah.
That, sure, we can all do things.
We're all
that-
almost gonna use.
Then you go to,
What else
Charter
needs to
Joe.
be, what else do you need to have in this? something about a fair and equitable
yeah,
strategy. There's
I
something
think
in there.
transparent.
But I think that needs to be fair and equitable, but I think it comes back to the point that I had made before, is that determining, I need to be able to have a relationship with the comms team, which is determining, we talked about determining workload, determining assignment, that is in this, baked into this document, and I don't think that comms should be any different. And again, I should be able to coordinate with them to say, how do we fairly and equitably
So you
distribute
want to
this?
be the traffic cop for all the
In
commissioners?
essence, I want to be a coordinator and a collaborator with her. I want them
Of
to
all
execute.
press inquiries for
Not
the
all
commissioners?
press. When there's a lot of stuff that they don't talk to us at all.
Yeah.
Stuff comes in, for instance,
Yeah.
okay? The response to the
Monday morning quarterback that, and we kind of got to the system that we have now, which I also agree is not perfect. And I do agree, one of the things I've been sort of underlining and highlighting over here is, I think your communications team, a anonymous sort of, whoever is in that role is your strategic advisor. That is the job of your communications team. They are not to be making decisions for you. I'm not to be making decisions for you. I'm your strategic advisor. So I think they should be strategizing alongside you. And I think they should be engaging with each of you individually. And then through them is that confidence in the collective. And I think it starts with the chair as the primary. And then from there, so I think Commissioner Concepcion touched on, like, declared public policy or declared commission policy, the chair is default the spokesperson.
So
Simple as
may I
that.
ask then, like for telehealth and we voted on extensions, like they always quote you, why couldn't the chair be quoted in some of these press releases?
By all means.
Because she is, right, we voted on it. She's a spokesperson, so when they send out a press release, she should be quoted in it, and you.
I mean, we quoted it.
I'm just saying, that's an opportunity to get her
I'm
voice.
sure
But understand, I'm not trying to.
No,
We-
you're
I
not
hope that- I
self-promoting.
hope
No,
that
no,
people
no, no,
aren't
no.
writing this.
No, you're not
But
self-promoting.
it's
I'm just
just,
saying
it's
there's
been
an
practice
opportunity
that's been.
and I read them sometimes and I know one time we were all quoted with the passage of the new law, and I know we gotta get back to, but I'm just saying there's an opportunity for her to be quoted in some of these releases.
Okay, so,
Let's bring it
no,
back.
what I'm trying to understand, because we have so much, we have like 2.5 pages of this, and I hear you saying
There's a lot of press
we
releases.
can get rid of it.
Yeah.
But I don't understand yet what needs to be in. So I know that
Yeah,
we've got
good point.
a first sentence about one voice. We have a second sentence about the chair as the lead spokesperson for commission approved policy, and the ED for administrative matters.
That's good. I'm using
Ed,
the ed.
sorry.
No, it's my grandfather.
I don't know if, and then number 2 on the page becomes 3 with something related to the SOPs that will mirror what we did with the other one. What else needs to be in here? I heard the communications team serves as a strategic advisor to the commissioners. Is that a good sentence to have in here?
Yeah.
Build that into number 2.
Fair.
Chair,
Equitable.
ED,
Right, and the fair and equitable and transparent
Yeah.
process. And
Can I
what
just-
else?
Can I just raise one point? Because, but this is also, I think that in not violating open meeting law, and I think that this is part of the, one of the issues. You and I got in front of this room and they asked about, Holyoke. And I don't know. And this is also one of the other issues, because I do see in here internal messaging, and again, I don't want to, but, I think that because we don't want to be violating open meeting law, I think that it's got to be comms, you and me, determining, what falls into policy, what falls into no comment, what falls into this is, there needs to be a collaborative effort that doesn't violate open meeting law. So I don't know what that looks like, but this is where we got the Boston Globe article, because people we can't talk about it. And at some point in time, even if this is not a voted upon policy, there needs to be a statement. And it can be, we feel, and
That's actually, I mean, like, using the bill, the legislation as an
Yeah.
example. One of the things we can say is, the commission hasn't taken a vote on this.
Yeah.
We'll consider the matter at a future date. Like, you can kind of set that table,
Mhm.
but at this time, we look forward to, there's a way to diplomatically handle
But
that.
you-
That's
Or you'd be able to go. I haven't taken a position on
Yeah.
this. However, as chair, let me speak on my own behalf.
That's right.
And I think all four of us offer you that
Mhm.
authority, or we give you that authority. And
but I
the
don't,
four of us can also beat the crap out of you in a public meeting and say, I don't like what you said.
exactly. But I,
it's too late.
but I also think that in that particular situation and in this sticky place where we're in a sticky world where we don't know, I also think that there could have been statements made by you or by the chair, whatever, or anybody, because you were too nice to OSHA, I think. And
Paying off now, but
well, I know, but there was a way to make a statement that delineated, it's not even OSHA's fault, it's federal law. And, so one of the things I want us to do as message is, this may not be us, but we are going to figure out how to, we see this gap in the law.
Yeah.
We recognize it. We promise to affirmatively this. We can't comment about this specific case, but we
You wanna get in
see.
front of it.
No, but
I feel like this is something that I had to learn as a commissioner.
Yeah.
We have that ability to do that
Mhm.
in our public meetings. You have the ability to
Yeah.
make those sort of statements
Yeah.
and say, as chair, I want to make this statement. on
And
record
we did.
in front of everyone.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, even if, let's say you wanted to release a statement as, for the entirety of the commission, for all of us, we can have the conversation in a public setting, at a public meeting, and
Yeah.
then go and do whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you're not limited from making those sort of.
No, but it's in the moment and it's the Boston Globe editorial. It's that I don't think we got ahead of that story enough. We were on background. We sympathized, and you were,
I hear you.
you understand. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that if you and I had a conversation, I would say, Sean, we're not gonna point fingers at OSHA, but let's talk about what we can talk about is we see this is obviously a problem, but how can we're gonna work to figure out. I just feel like we could have said more that would have covered
I
our
hear
tail
you.
more.
And I feel like,
I mean, it was
I
also
hear
like
what you're
10
saying
months
now
later,
too. Oh, sorry.
It was a long time later.
But I understand what you're saying, because you're saying you should have been activated, like the chair should have been
I just
activated for this
feel-
conversation.
I just feel like because it was on background, we can't say anything, we feel bad about her. I felt like we looked, there's a Boston Globe editorial.
listen, this is
that said
not-
that the commission
I guess
didn't
I'm
know.
not
what was
asking
going
what
on.
should have happened.
There's 10 minutes left to our meeting.
Okay.
So I need a little more
Okay.
Outlier.
guidance on what this section should include. Are you telling me that we should pretty much just knock out?
Also, just so you know, Susan, I asked Grace to send all of us, the comms document and the calendar and the matrix link.
Okay,
I can see
great.
it.
So I don't have to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can leave this all in
Can I just
until
say
we look
something,
at it
Susan?
again, but I really would like some guidance about where you want to go
I mean, it
with
sounds,
this.
I
Yeah.
don't know, I could be wrong, Roy and everybody else can chime in here and the chair, but it sounds like the strategic, are you guys looking at each other now? Is that I'm hearing what you were starting to say, sort of the strategic partner, the strategic advisor, but I think, Karen, you're gonna have to work with Sean, I think, in the next before we come back,
Mhm.
to figure out like a practical way of what you're saying,
Mhm.
to put it in here, because I think we all agree with you.
Mhm.
But I think you gotta put it in a practical way as the chair, as the ED. I think you guys gotta work on that so that it come back to us, because I think we're on the same page about it. And all these other situations have been, the holding up Lorna situation, unfortunately, is a major outlier. And then there's other stuff that we can work on, but I think y'all two need to kind of put this in a practical.
It's a way,
here.
I think it's a way to protect all the commissioners.
No, no,
You know what I mean? And I think that, and I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Can you two
Sean.
get together and put something together? You think?
And work with Cedric.
I think that we have had some good wordsmithing.
It's almost there.
I think that
I'll give
Commissioner
you what I
Concepcion
heard.
gave you good
So you have
language
something
and
for you
Commissioner
to
Stebbins
share
gave you
and
good
stuff.
language, so.
Maybe I'll send something to you two, because you two are very
Mhm.
helpful with drafting.
I'm glad, but I want to be able, I want to make sure what you're saying is captured.
I
So I-
think
We
you've
could give them a
captured,
starting point.
yeah, I think
Okay,
you,
we'll
you,
give you a
I think
starting
you,
point.
I think you covered what.
I disagree.
So I'm
I
gonna
think you
write
should
up,
work on it.
I'm
Did I
gonna
just
write
get
up,
promoted?
I'm gonna write
I
up
think you're right.
what I
think
heard.
I need to work on it, and I need to work with Cedric on it.
and then I'm going to send it out.
Mhm.
Okay. To get some feedback on it.
But I'm
and then-
happy to wipe it all out for Ernest. I'm okay with that. I just think that there have to be just a couple of granules, and I'm okay.
But Chair, go through
I'd
the
like to-
exercise of it. I
I'd
think
like
we
to
need you to
get
go
to the
through the
rest of it
exercise.
in terms of.
Before
what
we
would be
get rid of
ground
it.
rule
Yeah.
Yeah.
versus what.
Susan,
by
I-
itself in the message.
Okay.
I'm gonna step back. I actually think
Okay.
that, Maurice,
Alright.
you're right. I do think that you need to get in there. And I have two working groups, so
Yeah.
I'll work out
All
two
right,
right.
fair enough.
So, yeah.
So let me just ask you, can we
You
walk
mean
through
right to the
it,
priority?
can we walk through it right now and
Sure.
just tag things that
Come on.
substantively should be touched upon and whatever comes out of it and what else should get knocked out? So
Does that work, Chair?
Yes.
number 3, is that something that should be in there?
Yes.
Yes?
We don't know at this point.
I just wanna, because
No,
I'm
I'm kidding.
All right.
Just like,
number 4.
Wait, should be in where?
In this future document, in this future
No, I think-
section.
yes,
I think 3 is no, I think it should be an SOP.
I agree.
yeah.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, number 4,
obviously.
I think that's an SOP.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree.
Number 5, and the note is in the wrong place, so sorry about that.
I think that absolutely should be an SOP.
Yeah, I think these are all SOPs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next one. Outreach to members of the media. SOP, okay. 6, this is the scrum.
It's okay.
Definitely SOP.
Yeah.
7,
Then it's what SOP.
No, I think that needs to stay here.
okay,
Stays.
8,
I think that should stay.
I only had a question about a. Um, It became kind of a weird scenario. So let's say we have a 3-2 vote. I'm a 2 voter. But I'm actually going to speak in an event that Tom's is giving me support for. The question comes up, why did you vote against it? So
I don't
I don't
know
know
if
it's
they,
that nitty-picky.
I don't know that they should be able to refuse to, what is support?
Yeah, actually, I would, that language in blue, I think we should talk about. But I think the concept should stay.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
part of the point is that we have a voice of 3 votes, but I just, I hate anything that says they will not support.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get too granular
Yeah.
about,
no,
I happen to be at another event, I get asked about this, they're giving me support to be at this
I
event.
think it's even more specific. I think there's a 3-2 vote. A reporter reaches out and says to, let's say, Tara,
Yeah.
well, let's say the press secretary, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to Commissioner Stebbins about his vote against. He spoke for a while as to why he was opposed. I don't think we should be refusing you that, like,
Right.
support is basically saying, Commissioner Stebbins, do you have time to meet with this?
But if I want to write an op-ed about why I voted against 2, then.
You absolutely can.
Then you can, yeah. I think, I'm saying substantively, if we're gonna say that commissioners can speak in support of, I think we should also say the opposite. That's what I'm
I
getting
think
at.
we need to delineate what support is. They're not gonna write the op-ed for you.
Yeah.
okay, or maybe we'll have that.
So I think we can.
I think we should strike that
Okay.
new language.
I think that's what Sean is
Yeah.
doing with that.
Yeah.
Okay. On page 15, number 8,
Yes.
I think this is critical stuff.
Which one?
Okay. This is where the interests diverge.
Strike 8 or the scope
No, I
of
think
what's
it
going
should
on?
No, I mean,
On
like
page
page 15,
okay.
the number 8. Okay, and 10?
Let's
I
go
was
for
right,
it.
finished 8.
I just think it's important.
For number 10?
So I'm stuck on 8 still, so
Okay.
we're catching up. And again, I think we should talk about the support aspect of that. I think this is the scenario in case there's something personal that comes up. You're well within your rights to talk about it. And again,
We're
that's-
talking 8, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure, and again, we're talking a specific instance here, you know, there's got to be clarity, you know, and I think, you know, my beef was, I was told we will not support you. Now, again, I was told we will not support you, and I was told I could submit a statement, and I was told that the statement would be sent to the press. And then they didn't send the statement to the press. And then the Herald said O'Brien refused to respond. I was told this will happen. I wasn't told that it wasn't going to happen. And then I had 2 days of Boston Herald headlines. So I think we need to at least create some sort of an affirmative requirement or something in there that I understand when interests diverge. I get that completely. But I just think we need to make sure that again, this is when it's personal. And I think we need to be able to clarify. Maybe you and I can tackle that a little bit.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, this one, and not to relive it, but, you know, the buck stops at Sean.
But it says that.
All right,
It says
I
when the
know
executive
that
director
there's a
determines
lot
the
that-
divergence.
This one is in. I know Commissioner Concepcion has a child she needs to pick up, so I want to get her out of here on time. So let's just look at, so 8 is in. How about 10?
If I could just say, I would like that in part of our little vetting of some of these other, I like to actually
Okay,
be able
I
to
will,
work with
I
you
will
to just make
note
sure we got
I'll
that. Yeah.
note that.
Number 8 and 10.
Okay, 10?
So you said in 10?
No, I just said 8. I just said
Okay,
8.
with
'cause
10, I think 10 stays in. That was.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
And then if a resulting media report does not specify that, there's a suggestion that hanging sentence should be an SOP. Is that agreed?
No difference. I mean,
All right. Conferences, inform executive director, chief of communications about conferences. Number 11.
Struck out there.
Should that stay in?
No, I think that's something.
Okay.
yeah,
Branding, number 12.
Yeah, I think this is fine. This was also a question that I had on letterhead. I do think that this is actually important to keep in here. And I think we can also have some additional conversations about what that means.
Yeah.
Because I do think that if we have a divergent opinion and we are sending something out under letterhead, and I think that it will require us to figure out what an alternative commissioner letterhead is that's not with the brand, but I think this is important.
This is one of those things, I think it's like a clause that then becomes an SOP.
Yeah,
This
that's
might
fine.
be close.
Mhm,
'Cause
That's
I-
fine. Mhm.
All right, and social media?
Yeah, that's a tricky one.
Social media.
Stay off my Facebook page. I used to be much more. So.
In or SOP?
It's personal.
See, I think this is actually pretty clear right here.
Yeah, this might actually be in book.
Mhm.
It's all
I just
personal.
took the relevant page.
Yeah, so this, one, I don't think that would be, this might be a handbook thing, so I don't think it needs to be.
The social media?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Everyone okay with that as an SOP? Okay, all right. So I'm gonna revise this section. I'm going to put in what I think I heard you saying, and I'm gonna send it to Chair O'Brien and the executive director to work up for us before the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
When's our next meeting?
The 15th,
And we said that 12 is
What's that?
SOP.
which is 12.
12 is the use of branding, the letterhead logo.
I heard that it needs to be here and then we'll probably add to it.
And some more conversation.
Yeah,
about
I mean, I wouldn't get rid of it, because I think,
Do you think it's an SOP?
I'm just worried about what it's saying. So I don't know if I.
I don't think we decide it right now.
All right, we'll come back to it. Okay.
You said we can
I'll
have
leave
more
it in, I'll leave it
conversation.
in blue.
Okay.
All right, okay, so just real quick, what I heard from you all is that you're not in a rush to finish this for the April 14th meeting. So I'm gonna stop trying to do that and ask, Grace to set up a couple of more meetings for us. And then we'll just keep going.
and speaking of Grace, I want to thank you for having Grace to allow us to have some conversations that are friendly, more important than this right now. So I appreciate your patience
All right.
and allowing us to have a little bit of leeway. Thank you.
You're welcome, and just realize that I'm a vendor. I'm
Mhm.
supposed to get this done for you.
Yeah.
On time. and
I get
budget.
it, I get it.
So that's my goal. All
I
right?
hear you.
Also, speaking of meetings, we should discuss changing the date of the April meeting.
Are we so people?
Good segue though.
Thank you.
I like that.
All right.
Well, we weren't talking about meetings, we're talking
Chair,
about
you
breaks.
need-
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Any comments, questions? Hearing none, I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion? Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Meeting is adjourned.